Department of Home Affairs, and Department of Employment and Labor. So we're having few presentations, which we're hoping that we'll have enough time to engage with them, because today Parliament program changed from starting at 3 to starting at 2. We have a motion of no confidence on the speaker, the debate first, and then the manual voting, which prompted the programming committee to change the program to 2, because they're anticipating that we'll finish late. So we're hoping that we'll get as much as possible. So the first presentation will come from the SIU on updates regarding investigations in the PSET system, including the issuance of study and work permits. And then we'll have, this comes from the work that they would have done, or the good work that the SIU would have done at Home Affairs. And then we'll get the presentation after that from DHEAD on updates on the monitoring of compliance by universities with Employment Services Act of 2024 and the Employment Equity Act and other relevant legislation, specifically in relation to appointment of foreign academics. Then from there we'll have the briefing by the Department of Employment and Labor on updates and monitoring of compliance by universities with the Employment Service Act and the Employment Equity Act and other relevant legislation, especially in relation to the appointment of foreign national academics. And then lastly, we'll have the briefing by Department of Home Affairs on the issuance of work and study visas within the PSET system, as well as progress on the development on the critical skills list. And then from there, we'll have discussions and responses. And I think I must start by indicating that yesterday we saw or maybe a day before, there was a newspaper article that indicated that a former employee at the University of Johannesburg lost in the labor court, or the university won in the labor court against him for costing them about 18 million rands due to corruption as far as student accommodation is concerned. The report says, DG, what we've been saying all along, that the problem with student accommodation is not only NSFAS. It has university people in it, where some of these universities claim students stay in certain residences and the state pays. Until those students don't stay there, or they stay in residences, claim certain amounts, and they pay accommodation providers way less. And we were very happy yesterday or last night when we saw the breaking news of the SIU having recovered some millions from University of Fort Hare on the same matter of student accommodation. And we want to thank the SIU for the good work that they've done as far as that is concerned. We believe, in the committee, we also welcomed the Public Protector's report last week. We further welcomed the intention to do a deep dive into the problems of student accommodation. We've said it many times, DG, that we come from constituencies where everybody comes from. We go to the same churches with university officials, we go to the same churches with accommodation providers, we go to the same churches with students. So the whole ecosystem comes from the same constituencies we come from. So when we say some things, some people think it's because we're bored or we want to, I don't know, or they think we're just speaking without facts. I sometimes say that we also go to some establishments, sometimes at night, sometimes not at night, where these people who are in these ecosystems also exist. So we meet with these people, and when they say to us, at this particular university, for you to get accredited, if you have 1,000 beds, they sometimes want R1 million. We're not joking, it's because these people have told us those things. Or they want 300,000 for this number of beds. Or if you want to be accredited by NSFAS, you must also pay so and so, this amount of money. We're not bought. It's because these people do tell us these things. And that is why some of us, at least some of us have been in this committee for some time now, we had welcomed the NSFAS playing some role in the accreditation of student accommodation. Because when it was universities alone, in fact in 2023, when we had a meeting of in November 2023, I think it was on the 26th of November 2023, when we had a state of readiness for the 2024 academic year. And we said in that meeting that almost all universities, well, I think at the time we said all, but because we're a bit older now, we say almost all universities at the time. You could show us any, you could choose any of your choice, and we'll show you how they are doing wrongdoings with student accommodation. And we welcome NSFAS to play a role, because at the time I think NSFAS was paying 14 billion per annum to student accommodation. I think at least that's what they told us. And for them to play a passive role created big problems for us. We then made an example about what had happened at Letaba TVET College, where on the NSFAS had seen documentation of student accommodation that looked very nice for a particular number of students. And when we do oversight, we go to these places, these kids, we said, let's get a list of these kids. These kids, these students, I'm sorry, they sometimes fight with me that I call them kids. These students went and showed us the same students that they were put in komikukung, in shacks. And then when we checked with NSFAS, we realized that some people in the institution defrauded NSFAS by putting in an application with the same students to be staying in a certain residence, but that residence did not exist, it was something else. And we said, how do we then hold NSFAS accountable for paying these students or these accommodation providers to stay in these shacks when NSFAS did not have the mechanism to supervise or to ensure that what the institution sends to them is a reality. So we supported NSFAS to play some role in accreditation with the institutions. obviously there were big fights between universities, especially universities with NSFAS, that created gaps for some unethical people. NSFAS appointed some people, we call them accreditors or something. There were many, I think 30 or 80, I can't remember the, the numbers. They themselves, because they were unethical and immoral, they went and accredited some accommodation that did not exist, some of them very bad. This year, Honorable Christians, we went to Nkandla. When we went to, what is that TVET? What is that TVET in Nkandla? Umfolos. When we went to Nkandla, when we were in a meeting, some students came to us and said, they are going to lie to you. Come and see where they are putting us. It's an accredited. There were no beds. NSFAS says they were paying per bed. There were no beds. Kids were made to sleep modi sponging on sponges there. No beds. Well, NSFAS is supposed to, and that's not the only thing. These immoral people will go to accommodation providers and say your accommodation deserves to be rated grade D. But if you give us something, we'll give you grade A. We told NSFAS, we said your people are doing X 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I told them, because I'm from Gauteng, I was called by a group of white Afrikaner accommodation providers from Vanabale Park, who even said to me, we have recordings, I'll take them to the police. I'm not police, must take this thing, those recordings to the police. But we reported to NSFAS, your people are doing X, Y, and Z. And these people, they are saying, somebody arrives before the supposed accredited person arrives and says, we're going to do 1, 2, 3. But if you give us something, you'll get something. And if that person refuses, the grading that the lobby or something who arrived early said you are going to get, they were given those ones. But and then they also said, no, let's check if these people are real. And then they gave some of them gave these people some money. And they promised accreditation, they got it, which proved that these people were indeed working with these accreditors of some sort. We reported to NSFAS that you are creating big problems and you must cancel these people, go open cases, because it is now going to be a NSFAS problem. Few years down the line, it is a NSFAS problem. Outer gave us a report early this year, I think around March, April, that they did some forensic, and there's one accommodation which NSFAS was paying for 200 students. And when they went there was only 91 or 93, I can't remember now, beds. Or I think it was 78 beds. Big problems. We've asked in that meeting, one of the meetings, that the department, you must consider having a forensic there. I don't think we have moved an inch as far as that is concerned. And then the second part, that's what we'll get about student accommodation. We'll have conversations with the department and the SIU, and probably conclude with the recommendations that we might need to have a special investigation into these issues of student accommodation. On Friday we have a meeting, DG. We've called everybody that has to do with student accommodation, both private and university owned. We've called the competition commission because we believe some student accommodation is ridiculously expensive. For us, it doesn't make sense that for a bed, it goes up to 11,000 per bed or 12,000 per bed in some institutions. For us, it doesn't make sense. It's something we don't understand. Here in Cape Town, we've got accommodation called Ekhaya, which I'm sure, I don't know if employment and labor knows about it, because at least on occupancy they play a role, which has, I don't know how many % of non-compliance with norms and standards. It's accredited today by both NSFAS and CPUT. Over and above that, the fact that they have got so much non-compliance, they also, the service that they provide, students sometimes don't have home water, it's just a mess. Over and above that, they charge way above the cap, the NSFAS cap. So you have students who are NSFAS funded students who are put in a non-compliant building, and it still charges above the cap. So we have that meeting on Friday to have a discussion with all the role players. We've called in the regulator of the real estate regulator to come and tell us how do people determine the price based on an area and all of that, because there are others, in the northern suburbs here in Belleville, who are also charging way above the cap. It's as if students there are staying in Camps Bay, with the way they are charging our government. What do we think? We've got many theories. One of them is that there is a deliberate attempt to bankrupt NSFAS, so that the calls for NSFAS to be closed become genuine. But if student accommodation is not regulated, DG, in 4 years' time in this country, per bed will be paying 20,000, 15,000 per bed. In a room, in a room where there's 3 beds, will be paying 45,000. And if you look at the residential areas there, for a 2-bedroom flat, will probably be paying 10,000 or 11,000. Including today, if you go to Bram, there's accommodation that costs 9,000. Student accommodation, and the university does have the confidence to put NSFAS funded student in an accommodation, then they say it's 9,000. Just down the road, as you go to Metro Center, there's a residential flats that cost, for 2 beds, including a parking and a fully furnished kitchen, that costs less. So student accommodation has been commodified so much in South Africa that we believe that there's an attempt to milk. It's like people, wherever they are sitting, they think, no, student accommodation is a gold mine, and they go and do these things. Maybe it's expensive because of the kickbacks that they give to these officials, as the statement of the SIU said yesterday, that some people were getting kickbacks. Then the second part of our meeting will deal with the employment of foreign national academics in our institutions. From the onset, I want to say that we're not against the policy framework of internationalization. We've said it many times. Because our institutions are global institutions, they compete globally. We do believe that, they must implement the policy framework on internationalization. But the policy framework itself is not a free-for-all. It has issues. I think it's Employment Service Act, it's on 8.2, but on the framework, I think it's section 5, if I'm not mistaken, that speaks about, and if you were to try and quote it verbatim, it said there could be no or there must be no justification why an institution will go and hire foreign nationals when there's a South African qualified to do the same job. Obviously, that's not, you can't read it in isolation. There are others that you must read together with that particular clause. And we do understand that there are certain people that institution might want to bring because of the experience that they will be bringing. But there is whether it's a home affairs or employment and labor process that you must follow and say, I am just like what I think what learned that ESCOM did that, I think when they were looking for a certain skilled artisan to fix certain things. They went and got those artisans outside after following a certain process to fix some of the units that had, breaking all the time or were breaking all the time. But universities can't break the law and then claim internationalization, because in some of these institutions, we believe that the law has been broken. And that's why we thought we must have this joint meeting with Employment and Labor and Home Affairs to try and get us to understand, to be on the same page as far as this is concerned. Again, at the end would probably, after having questions, we will then have recommendations that we'll make. We have a number of apologies. The minister is attending cabinet, the deputy ministers, both of them are engaged somewhere. We have an apology of Honorable Zondo. I'm told that he has unfortunately lost his mother, so he's in KZN. We have an apology of Honorable Low, Honorable Kabo, Honorable Lonzi that will arrive slightly late, and Honorable Souls, I think. And then we have an apology of Honorable Governor, who also arrived late. An apology of Honorable Msezana, who's not feeling well. Honorable Spies, who also has another committee elsewhere. Those are the only apologies we have. So we're now going to introduce each other. When we introduce each other, we'll say, my name is Tebo Kholitsie. I'm a member of parliament and a member of, or the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education. So you indicate your names, your designation, and the institution that you present. Because you might say, my name is Thandi Lewin, I'm the DDG. And you might find that at Home Affairs there's also a DDG. Maybe you are a Home Affairs DDG. So you must indicate not only the designation but also the institution that you represent. Will start here, and Ella will then move this way until we ultimately come this side.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members and all protocol observed. My name is Anneli Kabegis, I'm Committee Secretary.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, DG, colleagues. My name is Zodwa Xesibe. I'm the Acting Chief Operations Officer at the SIU. Chairperson, before I hand over, Chairperson, I would like to tender an apology on behalf of our acting head of the SIU, Mr. Lekgeto. He is currently engaged elsewhere. Thank you, Chair.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, the DG. My name is Ndutuzelo Vanara. I'm the Chief Legal Counsel for the Special Investigating Unit. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members and colleagues. My name is Usmangele Shabalala. I'm the Acting Chief National Investigations Officer at the SIU.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable members and colleagues. My name is Segren Reddy. I'm the Provincial Head of Gauteng for the SIU. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members of Parliament. My name is Paul Bulwana. I'm the Forensic Investigation Specialist for the SIU.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. My name is Mike Koya. I am acting provincial head of the SIU in the Eastern Cape. Thanks.
Good morning, honorable members. My name is Mozi Njoko. I am the director in the office of the DG at the Department of Home Affairs. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members. My name is Yusuf Simons, manager in the office of the DG, responsible for immigration operations, also the project leader for Operation Vulundlela in the Department of Home Affairs.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members. My name is Selbi Mahoto. I'm the senior manager in the office of the head of the unit at the Special Investigating Unit and also the spokesperson of the institution. Thank you.
Yeah, solid interview. Solid interview you did yesterday. I'm saying the interview that you did yesterday was very solid. Yeah, proper, yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. My name is Nolwazi Gasa. I'm the DDG for Planning, Policy and Strategy at DHET. Chair, honorable members, I wish to tender an apology for arriving late. When I arrived at the entrance, I found out that my permit for entrance had expired. I sincerely apologize for that. Thank you.
Morning, Chair, honorable members, DG and colleagues. My name is Thandi Luan. I'm the DDG responsible for university education at the DHET.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Nkosinati Seshi, the Director General for the Department of Higher Education and Training.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members and colleagues. My name is Gimuilua from the Department of Employment and Labor. I'm the Designate Inspector General, Deputy Director General responsible for Inspections and Enforcement Services.
So you've just been appointed. You're starting soon.
Around.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members and colleagues. I'm Advocate Michael Msiza, Acting Chief Director in the Inspection Enforcement Services Department of Employment and Labor.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members and colleagues. My name is Christina Lehlokwa, and I'm the Acting Deputy Director in Employment Equity Directorate from Department of Employment and Labor. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, DG, our Inspector General and colleagues. My name is Dr. Ntswaki Mamashela. I'm the Acting Chief Director, Labor Relations, but I'm the Director responsible for employment equity nationally, not in the Department of Employment and Labor, but I come from the Department of Employment and Labor. Thank you, Chair.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. My name is Pindi Wembele. I'm the Director, Corporate Accounts, Permits in the Immigration Services Branch at the Department of Home Affairs. Thank you.
Chair and honorable members, good morning. My name is Sonwabile Nxiza, PLO in the Office of the Minister, DHET. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members and colleagues. Megaira Kirsty Gelderbloem, PLO in the Office of Deputy Minister Kasim, DHET. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Morning, honorable members, colleagues. My name is David Mohlame, PLO in the Office of the DG, Higher Education.
Good morning, Chairperson. All protocol observed. My name is Unombali Mncwabe. I'm the PLO in the Deputy Minister's Office, Dube DHET.
Chair, honorable members, good morning. Uzamoguhle Zondi, PLO in the Office of Deputy Minister Sbia.
Good morning, Chairperson. My name is Tando. My surname is Wababa. I am the PLO in the Office of Minister of Employment and Labor. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, and all the honorable members. My name is Lebogang Moloko. I am the Deputy Director for Marketing and Communications at the Department of Employment and Labor. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and the House. My name is Shadrach Mashalaba. I'm Deputy Director, Media Liaison, Department of Employment and Labor.
We can sit here. Those people, they said you must not sit next to them. You can come inside to the side. Yeah, you see now your laptop is on your lap. You can hear you have a table. You can come inside in the meantime. TDX.
Good morning, Chair. Morning, everyone. I am Tando Kolo Potoman. I'm a committee assistant.
Good morning, Chair, members, everybody present. My name is Tanya Kleinans, and I'm Executive Secretary to Chairperson. Let's see.
Good morning, Abongwe Kobogana from the SABC Radio News. Thanks.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members. Lingwane Tabile, Parliament and Cabinet Support, Office of the Minister, Higher Education and Training. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, and everyone in the House. Agnetha Aronson, I'm the researcher for this committee. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, and everyone. I'm Mampaho Mudiba, the Committee Content Advisor.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm Dalmain Christians, a member of the Portfolio Committee.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to all our invited guests from all departments. My name is Sihle Ngubane. I'm the member of this Portfolio Committee.
No, thank you very much. I'm going to give to the SIU first to present. After that, DG, I'll come to you, and then Employment and Labor, and then Home Affairs. Okay. SIU.
Thank you, Chairperson. The presentation, Chair, was forwarded to Parliament, and in the interest of time, Chair, we will take that the presentation has been read. This is not the first time, Chairperson, we are appearing before the committee, and therefore I will request your indulgence to skip the slides that talks to the SIU, about the SIU. I will then move straight to the slide that talks to the overview of proclamations in the portfolio. Chairperson. Chair, we have provided information on the ongoing investigation as well as the matters that have been finalized. We will not be presenting the finalized matters, Chairperson, in the interest of time again, but we have provided the information just to at least, be transparent about all the investigations that we have embarked on in the portfolio. Between 2017 and 2025, Chair, we have received 14 proclamations. These include amendments, and all of these, they fall within the Department of Higher Education and Training. We have, at the request of the committee, Chair, provided high-level information on the Department of Home Affairs investigation. So we are currently investigating CHIETA, which is Chemical Industries Education and Training Authority, the National Skills Fund, Val University of Technology, NSFAS, University of Fort Hare, that falls within the category of ongoing investigations. Then Home Affairs is also ongoing. Out of the finalized ones, Chair, we've got the Mpumalanga Gersibande, Agrisita, Tshwane South TVET College, Mixita, and then CJC TVET College, Ikala Further Education, PSITA and PSITA. Those matters were finalized, Chair, but we are just provided the information for transparency. At this point, Chairperson, I will hand over to our specialist, Mr. Paul Bulwana, who will take us through then the Chieta investigation, National Skills Fund. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. The Chemical Industry Education and Training Authority. The proclamation was issued in 2025, mainly to investigate maladmin in the affairs of the entity, more especially in the allocation of the grant funding to various skills development providers, and to quantify the loss that has been suffered by the institution. Also, we need to investigate procurement of ICT and the audit service against the procurement prescripts. You can move. So in this instance, Chair, we have reviewed this contract, the procurement of ICT and the audit services, where we found that there were SEM irregularities, where some of the members of the two committees, the bid committees, where they were sitting in the same BAC committee, because in terms of the prescripts, you can't sit in both the BEC and the BAC. But in this instance, you find that some of the members were sitting there. And then also, it seems as if the institution prior to 2021, they had sort of an executive committee that oversees all the procurement. And then we felt that in terms of our investigation, that this cannot be done because now you are usurping the responsibility of the two committees. If you then have to sanitize what has been done by the committee, and therefore when it goes to the board, it's like they are just rubber stamping. So in this instance, what we have done, we have conducted our investigation, and we felt that we are going to apply for the setting aside of this contract because there were irregularities that we've encountered. You can go, ma'am. Also in this second one, the procurement of internal audit service. Here, Chair, the winning bidder was somehow then replaced by another service provider, and therefore we are saying that we are going to be applying also to set aside this contract because it didn't follow the prescripts. We can go, ma'am. Also on the discretionary grants, we found that there are over 1,032 service development providers who have received these discretionary grants. We are in the process of just analyzing the data that we've received from the department, and we felt in some instances they've really delivered. Then we are going to be closing most of these cases. You can go, ma'am. And then this one, we found during our investigation that the former grants manager executive, she basically awarded herself a contract, and then to the value of 22 million. And then she then ceded this responsibility to another company where the money was then obviously paid back to her. So we feel that this will be, when we finalize, it's obviously we're going to be referring some criminal matters on this one because we felt this is sort of a money laundering of some sort, and therefore we'll be continuing with our investigation. She's no longer at the department, so therefore we are not going to be sending any disciplinaries. And then also another contract that she has awarded to herself, it's for the West 210,000. Obviously, we're going to be setting aside all these contracts because they didn't follow the prescripts. If you look also, they were not even declaring their interest to the department to say, I do have companies, and then, so there were no declaration of any business, doing any business with the state movement. Then we're also going to be looking at the conflict of interest, but mainly the people that we are looking at is whether they've benefited from these discretionary grants or not. And in some instances, Chair, you will find that most of the students who were working there were just learners, and therefore we are not going to be, because their learnership has been terminated, and therefore we are not going to be spending too much time on this one. So we'll be closing most of these contracts. You can go, ma'am. On the national skills, Chair, if you remember, there were 10 contracts which we were reviewing as the SIU. So those 10 contracts, I'll just go to the first one, Ikonolako, Women and Youth. This contract was issued to a company called Ikonolako in KZN, where they were supposed to be doing the rabbit farming. Unfortunately, no rabbits were then breeded in KZN, and then we are saying we are going to be applying to the special tribunal to set this contract aside, because even also there were monies that were just paid to the owners of the companies, and therefore we are saying we will be also looking at how the funds were used, because no breeding of rabbits was done. You can move, ma'am. Also in this one, the passionate about people, our concern is that these passionate about people, they will apply for this skills development program. But once they get those contracts, they then cede it to other companies, which then says to us, is this sort of a fronting? Because you apply for funding and you get the funding, but you don't have capabilities to do the business, and then you cede it to somebody else. You are no longer, developing yourself, because that's the nature of these skills development providers. They are not developing themselves, therefore they're just applying for the contracts, they get the contracts, but they cede them to the other big companies. So we are just looking at it, at this one, but we are hoping that by the end of next month, we should be finalizing with this investigation also. Then this one, DTP, also, they were appointed to do training in the Limpopo area, and then we are just collecting data to see whether the students were trained or not. You just go, in. Also with the Zunde one, they were doing learnership programs, but we are just verifying whether these trainings were done or not. Movement. The dual system apprenticeship in PE, TVET colleges. Also this one, they were supposed to be training learners on for the period of 3 years on the system, plumbing, and it's sort of an artisan. But some of the students that we have called just to confirm whether the training was done, some of them, they are telling us they didn't receive any certificates for the training that they've attended. So we will be looking at inviting the owners just to come and interview them and see what happened there, whether they be paid the students or not. Okay, that one, the Center for Education and Policy Development, also those who were appointed to do training on, I think, the student leadership and then some students. But then unfortunately, the company is closed down, so we are just trying to get to see if any money was spent on all the training or not. You can move, ma'am. The Rubicon Communication also, those were, it was appointed to train 2,100 students on footwear and textile. Unfortunately, no training was done, and therefore we have signed with an agreement of liability with this particular company. They are busy paying back the money. We have already submitted criminal referrals to NPA, and there's some DC referrals against those who were responsible for not monitoring this contract. The Igureleni West TVET College, also that one, we are just trying to verify because there were duplicate invoices that we have received, but we are saying let's engage the companies that have submitted the identical invoices to see who delivered what and who didn't deliver. Therefore, Once we can close that loop, then we'll be able to say everything has been delivered. DC has already been undertaken by the college before we started with the investigation, so we are not going to be submitting another DC. Emanzini Staffing Services, also that one was appointed to place students in various departments and municipalities just as a work integrated learning. And then we are now in the process of verifying whether those students were paid indeed by the service provider or not. Thank you, you can go, ma'am. Ada, this one, they were supposed to be conducting sort of a training to capacitate the Ingwe TVET College in Eastern Cape, and also on artisan development. And then also construction of training facilities for Ingwe TVET, 4 different campuses of Ingwe TVET colleges. Unfortunately, the buildings were not completed, but money has been paid. Through our financial analysis, we found that there's over 105 million that has been transferred amongst the ADA Holdings parent companies, which we now want to also just find out why monies were transferred to these companies, because in some instances the lecturers are claiming that they didn't get any certificates for the training that they've been conducted, and then those training facilities, they are incomplete, and in some instances equipment that has been delivered to the TVET colleges were not in terms of the specifications. Chair, on this one we have already appointed a QS to go and assess how much has been spent on those buildings, so that we can then refer this matter to the Special Tribunal for just and equitable relief. I will now hand over to Mr. Reddy to deal with the file unit.
Thank you, Chair and members. So I'll be presenting on the Vaal University of Technology, Proclamation 217 of 2024. Just a brief background. In 2020, the former minister requested the Minister of Justice to engage with the SIU to apply for a proclamation to look at some maladministration and irregularities at the Vaal University of Technology. So that proclamation was issued in 2024. There was basically 2 focus areas that we looked at. Was the services for refurbishment for student residences during 2018, and the campus security and protection related services during 2018. This is an update on the investigation. The investigation is finalized, and my apologies for not mentioning more on the findings. But in terms of the first focus area, the services for the refurbishment, in terms of our findings there, what we found that there were serious irregularities with the SCM processes in appointing the service providers. Some of the service providers were did not have the proper accreditation with the CIDB, and were not registered with PCRA to provide the services. There was no delegation of authority. In most instances, we found that the refurbishment was not carried out. There was no work done. There was no value for money, and we found that the document management of the university was in disarray. We struggled to find documents there. That's in terms of the first focus area. In terms of the outcomes, there was 5 disciplinary referrals against former and current officials that we referred. There was 5 administrative referrals were made to CIDB. There was 5 criminal referrals made to the NPA. There's 1 civil litigation referral under consideration, where we're looking at, there were 13 service providers, and we're trying to recoup some of the money that was paid to them. And then in terms of the report, the final report is under review. So this investigation actually is finalized. We're just waiting for some bank statements. There's a delay due to the number of accounts that we've subpoenaed, just to see if there were any officials that unlawfully benefited from any of the service providers. In terms of the second focus area, the security and protection services. There we found that there was also serious SEM irregularities. It was on an urgent basis that these companies, because of a right that was at the university, that they were appointed. And it was in 2018, but we still found after 5 years, the service provider was still contracted to the university. And there was some dispute and there was litigation. So when the SIU intervened and through our civil litigation unit, we managed to have that contract set aside, cancelled, and it was a saving to the university of 109 million. The next outcome was 3 admin referrals, to 2 to PCRA and 1 to VUT. There's a civil litigation referral that's under consideration to recover monies from the service provider, the security services. And there were 11 disciplinary referrals against former and current VUT officials. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think we will hand over back to Mr. Bulwana to take the committee through the National Student Financial Aid Scheme investigations.
Thank you, Chair. The NFSA's proclamation was issued in 2022. That's where we were looking at the incorrectly funded students, the various SEM processes, which were issued irregularly. Can you just move? You can move, ma'am. I think this is just a flow of how the application goes. We can just go there to the following. There are 76 institutions countrywide with 50 TVET colleges, and then the university has 26. You can move, ma'am. There are different scenarios of why we do have overpayments, underpayments, and the unfunded students and the missing students. More especially on the unfunded, because this NFSAs, they use the data that they receive from SARS later on to verify the income of particular students. You find that during the year, NFSAs now is forced, after following its own internal processes, they have to unfund those students because they found on application the students will be lying that they don't have parents, they're sitting with their grannies, and then when NFSAs get that information later on in the year, that's where we'll find that there's so many unfunded students and it causes chaos also on the system. Those missing students also, that's where we also have an issue, Chair, that there are a lot of university and TVET colleges that are claiming that they are students who qualifies to be funded, but NFSAS doesn't have the data of those students. We are finding ourselves with a situation where the universities and the TVET colleges are sitting with a lot of money that is under those missing, but eligible. So a decision needs to be made somewhere, somehow. That how do we then deal with this situation? Because you find in some institutions they're sitting with more than 500 million. A decision needs to be made whether we are going to recover that money from those institutions or we are just allowing those institutions, because they are saying they do have the data for those students, but NFSAS doesn't have that one. So a decision needs to be made on that one. So we can just move also. I think part of the problem that we have is that the reconciliation were not being done for the longest of times. And in some instances, when we start with this reconciliation, more especially with the TVET colleges, we do have challenges there that most of the people who are sitting at the finance, they can't even explain to you how did they generate that invoice to compel NFSAS to pay you. Unlike with the universities where the data you can rely on in it and say, when you do the closeout, whether there's the resultant, it's either they need to pay NFSAS back or we need to pay them. But in most cases, most of the universities, we found that there were overpayments, they have to pay back the money. You can continue, ma'am. I think I've dealt with this one. You can just continue. So I think I've done this one on the reconciliation, which we have also conducted on the 4 fintech service providers, which we under the ACM processes, where the Western Cape High Court has set aside the awarding of those contracts to those 4 fintech companies, which were distributing the allowances to the students. So these are the various ICT systems that we are also looking at. That includes the Cellbugs. Cellbugs was the company that was responsible for generating vouchers to the students. Unfortunately, the data that they have given us, we cannot really put reliance on. We are not quite sure whether all those vouchers were cashed by the students, or it was just maybe ghost people who cashed those vouchers. So with this one, we are still trying our level best to say maybe we can get another data and then just trying to quantify that the money that is, those vouchers were cashed by the actual student, and then NSFAS was not shortchanged. Okay, the other one is just other systems that we are also looking at in terms of, NSFAS have appointed a company just to do a deep dive on all their financial system to see whether they got value for money on the systems that they do have there. Can continue. On the lease agreement one, if you remember, Chair, that NSFAS signed a contract for 5 years, but when it was advertised for 3 years, but upon signing, and then it was signed for 5 years. We have finalized this matter. It's at the special tribunal now. We are hoping to have a court date, I think, mid-November, because we found SEM irregularities and we want a just and equitable relief on this one. We are going to set this aside. You can continue, ma'am. Okay, this one, the provision of direct payment allowances, I've spoken about this one. You can continue, ma'am. So we have already referred criminal cases against the former CEO of the organization, and some disciplinary report against the former CEO, because we believe he might come back to another institution. So it will be the responsibility of NSFAS to then share with that particular institution to say, but there was a DC which was done by SIU at NSFAS, you then need to dispense with that. Can you continue, ma'am? The student calculator also, this is where NSFAS have procured this system, but it was never used. Then we have found SEM irregularities also. We will be in the process of referring it to special tribunal for setting aside. And on the supply and delivery of office furniture. Then also this one we have reviewed the SEM processes, and then also SEM irregularities. So we'll see once it's finalized, we can then also refer it to special tribunal for setting aside. Continue. Then the laptops which were procured during the COVID. Most of the laptops which were procured during COVID, unfortunately, some of them were not distributed to the students. They are still at NSFAS, but unfortunately cannot be used, they are not compatible. So they can't even be given to the interns just to use them. So we were trying with the service provider that maybe they can just reimburse NSFAS against those laptops because they are of no use, but they just said, we are just going to give them their laptops. We can't give them the money. But the investigation is also continuing. Okay. I think the student accommodation in the portal, I think this is the big one that, Chair, you also alluded to it. We are currently reviewing the SEM processes on both the student accommodation accreditation and the portal one, because we found SEM irregularities. We are now in the process of saying, let's go and verify those student accommodation, because we are looking at 4,500 countrywide landlords, and then also over 300,000 beds, which we then need to go and verify whether those grading that they were allocated to those service providers are indeed your grade A or grade B. Because we have done our own preliminary site visits, and you find the situation is dire there. In some instances, you find the landlord that has been given a grade A, that property that is not even a grade A because it's still under construction. How did they get those gradings? Those are some of the things that we need to look at because we felt those accreditation companies, they didn't do the verification of those properties. And also, we will be referring these matters to special tribunal because the contract for the portal was varied after it was awarded. They were not supposed to be paying the service provider, the landlords, any monies. But now the landlords, when you interview them, they are complaining that they didn't receive their money from these service the portal people. So those are some of the things that we need to look at when we do our financial analysis to see how much flows from those portal people to the landlords, because the landlord, they are claiming that they didn't get any money for the service that they've rendered and they've accommodated those students. Continue, ma'am. So this is another ICT contract which was on a ERP system that the NFSAS wanted to procure. We found SEM irregularities, and then we have already briefed the council, and then we should be taking this matter to special tribunal. This is just the overview of how many students that we are looking at. It's over 40,000, and we are aiming to collect 5.1 billion. Just go to my content. These are the results that we have already achieved throughout the country. You can continue. We have managed to interview 15,226 students. In the main chair, you find these students and their parents. That's why it's taking longer for us to complete this. And in some instances, some of the parents now, they are refusing to sign this agglomeration of debts to say, but it was NFSA's problem, it's not our problem. But we are hoping that we will sit with our legals and review to see why can't we then take them maybe to special tribunal also, so that we can get an order that they pay back the money because they benefited unduly. Continue. I think this, I've already spoken about this, and you can continue, ma'am. These are some of the institutions that are still outstanding. We still need to visit them. The challenge also, Chair, that I've alluded earlier on is with the TVET colleges. The data there is unreliable, so it's taking too much time. But what we have done also is just to engage the companies that are holding the data for these TVET colleges, that they need to give it to us. Then we can then clean the data and then just agree with the institution as to whether is this the full cost of study. Then when we do our closeout, then we can determine this is the correct amount that they need to pay back. Continue, ma'am. These are some of the institutions that have already paid back the money. You can just continue, ma'am. I think the total that has been paid both to NFSAS and the SIU is over 2.4 billion of that 5.1 billion that we have given. So I think also this one, Chair, we have spoken about it on that this NFSAS, they are unable to do when they are doing their financial eligibilities. It comes later. People applied and then they say they are staying with their grannies and all those things. And then when you get the data after that, you find their parents are working. And then because the systems, they don't talk to each other, it also creates this issue of unfunded students countrywide. Also, I think we have looked at the NFSAS, they've got so many systems that don't talk to each other. So sometimes when you are looking for data, you take forever to get the information that you are requesting. I think they have spoken about the sellbacks. You can continue, ma'am. And the institutions that you have visited, you can continue, ma'am. Yeah, I think I'll pause here. I'll hand over to Mr. Mike.
Good morning once more, Chair and honorable members. I will be reporting on the University of Fort Hare investigation. As we may be aware, there have been two proclamations there, one 2022, the amended one in 2024. Slide 67 to slide 70 provides a list of all the focus areas that we are investigating. I will summarize it in the following slides. If we go to slide 71, these are a summary of the outcomes of the SIU to date. The first outcome, Chairperson, our apologies, has been a mistake. Those are the number of disciplinary referrals, which is 29 there, but currently we're sitting at 33. This is now a moving target, Chair, because as we still continue to investigate, those are the outcomes that we have achieved in the university with 252 criminal referrals. You will notice the last one is a number of systemic recommendations made to the university, and we did have a meeting around May with the council of the university, and we are satisfied as the SIU that at least the university on their part are taking care of the disciplinary referrals that we have submitted. We do have a number of our members testifying in those DC referrals, and recently 2 officials who were dismissed by the university have taken the university to the CCMA, and our members again had gone to testify there. With the meeting we had with the council, they were also accepting and working on the systemic recommendations that we sent to the university. If we now move to slide number 72, which captures a summary of what has happened in the investigation on the cleaning and gardening services, which contract was extended for a number of years, ballooning the original cost by 70 million. This investigation is almost done. We are now busy finalizing the referrals both to criminal and DC. There's been a delay there because of the documentation that we could not obtain. We had to obtain the documents from a service provider that is based in Johannesburg. If we move to slide 73, which deals with the leasing and accommodation of students, where we found a number of irregularities in terms of the procurement of the service providers. There's a number of service providers. Just now, I've just received an email from the media to inquire about those accommodations. Out of that, there's been some entities that have signed AODs, some have paid the money back, and we are working with our CLU, Civil Litigation Unit, to take some of the service providers to the special tribunal to recover certain amounts where there has been some overpayments. If you go to slide number 74, which deals with the maintenance and repair of air conditions, where we found that a certain company was appointed and they did not meet the requirements. They were not supposed to have been appointed. We have made some referrals there, and we have made an administrative referral against that service provider. We referred them to the Engineering Council of South Africa. We move to slide number 75. This is characterized by the Council of the University as the crime scene. This is where a lot of corruption and fraud has taken place in the university, which is why you see there's 252 criminal referrals that were referred against individuals from the university, including other people who are not, including service providers. This is where a number of there was a lot of collusion between the university officials and service providers, where they were using their friends, companies, or relative companies to siphon and definitely make money from the university. If we move to slide number 76, which deals with the investigation relating to the maintenance of infrastructure, where you find that there were 10 service providers that were appointed, and an amount of 13 million was paid, which makes 42% of the overall amount of 33 million. But we found that there was no rotation of service providers. Found that the business is mostly given to certain people, which was due to the collusion between officials and those service providers. We can then move to slide number 77, which these two focus areas, the installation of cameras and refurbishment of and maintenance of student residences, these ones have been put on hold because we've picked up that the dates, the period of investigation is not aligned with, the investigation goes beyond our terms of reference in terms of the period of investigation. However, some of these have been investigated under collusion, but once we see that now the mandate goes beyond this, our scope, we then applied for an amendment to the proclamation. Once that is done, then we'll finalize that investigation. If we now move to slide number 78, that deals with the awarding of honors degrees. This is now maladministration in the Faculty of Management and Commerce. We've reported before on this slide, and there were 29 qualifications that had been identified. At the time we reported here, we had indicated that we will be approaching the special tribunal for the revocation of those degrees. We then submitted our memo and motivation through our civil litigation unit, which must still assess the evidence and check whether the evidence will we can mount a winnable case in terms of the revoking. However, when after the assessment, it was then felt that no, the revocation issue may not succeed in court. We are now busy. The team is now working together with the civil litigation unit to continue to assess and find alternative ways of finalizing that investigation. But the investigation has been finalized. If you move to slide number 80, that one, slide 79, my apologies, where we're dealing with in the same faculty, the admission of students for a master's degree. We have been doing 3 investigations there. 2 of those master's qualifications are ongoing. One has been finalized. We are also in the process of submitting administrative referral to the university, but at the same time, together with our civil litigation unit, we are considering other means of finalizing that referral. If we move now to slide number 80, where we're talking about this is now the former head of the head of department of administration within the university that was mostly responsible for the honors, the masters, and the doctorate within that faculty. We are looking there at how he was appointed by the university, and we've picked up that this Professor Ijeoma would have used his company to siphon money from the university. He was benefiting from all what we have found to have been irregular admission and registration of the students. And then the next focus area there is where there was a sourcing of civil servants to study at various programs, which is the same program, the Department of Administration, and also linked to the Professor Ijeoma, where people were then, there was a kind of a scheme where civil servants were then solicited to go and study at the university, but for the benefit of Professor Ijeoma and others. Unfortunately, whilst we were still investigating this focus area, the person that was central to the sourcing of those public servants, Dr. Zuma, had since passed away, and as a result, that investigation could not be finalized. Then it was closed. If we move to slide number 81, I've just alluded to the appointment of the head of department. We've discovered or found that even the CV and the masters that he had submitted, even that masters is not, for lack of a better word, it's not, I'm trying to find a word, not accredited for him to have, because what we did, we then sent emails to that university to confirm whether that master's degree that he had, that is in his CV, is legitimate, and we found that even that university is an unaccredited institution. We're also busy with the Faculty of Law, where we're looking at whether the students who had graduated, we're looking at 486, whether those students did meet the minimum requirements for admission to the university. We also, our focus there, you find that there will be students who are part-time, they are working, but they will do a number of modules, which is inconsistent. That how can one being working on a daily basis but do courses more than the one that are done by students? We will have to look whether really those students did, those qualifications did write those exams. Also the Nguni Trust, we are busy investigating the Nguni Trust. The scheme there was to assist the public in terms of the breeding, where there were cattle, 150 cattle that were meant for members of the society. We are finding, as we are investigating, that some of these cattle have now gone to the crawls of officials and of the university, officials of government, and some politicians in the Eastern Cape. This investigation is still ongoing. We can look to slide number 83. Slide 83, these are ongoing investigation. We're investigating Intellimali, how Intellimali has been engaging with the university, where the allegation was that there was no financial statement submitted to the university and the interest was not paid by Intellimali. We've also found some students who had been receiving funds from various funders, which is double dipping. Also, the Faculty of Sciences, we're also looking at as to whether the people that had registered in that faculty did meet the minimum requirements for them to be admitted and study in that. So this focus area, Chair, may delay a little bit because the outcomes in that investigation are dependent on the outcomes that comes from the honors degree. Once we have finality of the way forward in terms of how we're going to deal with those qualifications, then we will be able to quickly finish this investigation, but it is ongoing. I will now hand over back to our acting COO, who will take us to the finishing line. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Chairperson, just to maybe ease your mind around your opening remarks on the NSFAS accommodation. NSFAS they have engaged us on the audit of all the beds in the country. So we are busy with that process. We may sign a secondment agreement because that matter falls outside our terms of reference. Now, Chairperson, we are moving to the Department of Home Affairs insofar as it relates to the institutions of higher learning. We do have a proclamation on Home Affairs, and then it deals with the issuance of permanent residence permits, corporate visas, business visas, critical or exceptional skills work visas, study visas, retired persons visas, and so forth. But in essence, we'll be focusing on the exceptional skills visas as well as then the study visas. We're also looking at any irregular, unlawful, and improper conduct by the department officials as well as other persons that may be linked with them. Chairperson, our findings thus far, they have revealed that there is the use of fraudulent supporting document by foreign nationals in their applications in the form of letters confirming their registrations with different institutions of higher learning. They also, with that, submit fraudulent medical certificate, fraudulent radiologist certificate, and medical aids membership. So there are also fraudulent verifications of criminal records. We also found evidence pointing to criminality, Chairperson, and we referred the evidence to the NPA to consider the instituting criminal proceedings. We also found evidence pointing to misconduct on employees of the department, and we referred that evidence to the department, and the department is also implementing corrective action in respect of those ones. Chair, we also, in terms of our findings, revealed that foreign nationals, they will obtain study visas on the strength of submitting fraudulent documents, and these documents will be university admission letters. And also the department's adjudicators, when they are adjudicating these matters, they fail on a number of them to verify, and or they will overlook these fraudulent documents that are submitted for permits. Thereafter, our investigation has revealed that the foreign nationals, chairperson, they do not attend to any of the prospective colleges or universities. We've interviewed some members, and we have held interviews with the university, and they do not have any record of the foreign nationals having studied in these universities. Instead, what they do after getting then the study visas, they open businesses that at least give them access to money, and then they pay officials of the department large sums of monies with regard to then there's temporary or permanent resident permits. Chair, we also established that some applicants who submitted letters of acceptance purported to be from universities are not registered, as already alluded. Some institutions are not even registered institutions with the Department of Higher Education. Some institutions, chairperson, are not even existing. And then upon expiry of the study visas, most of the foreign nationals, they will apply for change of statuses to either other temporary visas, e.g. they will use the retired visas or visitors visas to continue staying in the country. Then upon the expiry of the study visas, some foreign nationals, they will remain in the country without any visa. They will just stay without any permit, chairperson. Chair, in the study visa syndicate, we've identified a syndicate that's operating in this area. Our investigation points to a coordinated study visa fraud system inside the Department of Home Affairs, where corrupt officials helped approve applications backed by fake acceptance letters. So some letters are so fake that, you know, if they were exercising some kind of care, they would have identified that these were fake acceptance letters. The process, chairperson, is treated like a marketplace where applicants were fast-tracked through the inside contacts. Monies were paid to officials and or their businesses or their spouses in that process. The flow of money will be through EFT, chairperson, cash send, or this ATM deposit, the cash deposit that will be sent via ATMs. The modus will be these fake acceptance letters that will be coming from colleges or universities, of which some are not even existing. And then applications will be pushed through WhatsApp channels within officials, where they will be sending each other reference numbers of then the application for them to push the processes, and bribes will be paid, already alluded, through cash or e-wallets or the accounts linked to the officials in Home Affairs. We've made some serious observations, chairperson, and these observations, we have shared them with the department for them to at least strengthen their internal controls in line of then what we have found as part of our investigation. where there is fraudulent usage of doctors' certificates or radiologists, fraudulent use of the proof from the universities, fraudulent use of medical aid certificates, the issuance of blank corporate visas, which is open to manipulation or fraud. So by the department, there's also lack of monitoring after issuance of the visas. If it's a temporary visa, it's got a time limit. Nobody monitors then the process, what happens after. We also identified fraud to obtain passport for use in foreign countries to commit crimes as well, Chairperson. And there's also swapping or manipulation of the DNA to favor foreign nationals to obtain permanent residence. This, Chairperson, we have not investigated because it's outside our mandate. Therefore, it will require new proclamation. Then as part of the observations, again, there are lack of guidelines to adjudicate on retired visas. There's abuse of retirement visa process where a 21-year-old foreign national will apply for a retired visa in South Africa. So the requirement is only a 35,000 rand proof of income. And in these instances, Chairperson, foreign nationals will use the same bank account as a proof that they do have 35,000 rand proof of income for them to apply for a retired visa in South Africa. There's also use of bank statements by pastors and foreign nationals to obtain these visas. The asylum permits that are used as a conduit to obtain these permanent resident permits, Chairperson. And after that, then they subsequently apply for citizenship. There's also, we've observed that there's use of PA's email addresses by senior officials to facilitate the asylum seekers processing the process of application. There's also lack of integration in the system of border management and movement. And then there's also suspicious business partnership with the foreign nationals on questionable visa status. Then this is prevalent in the mining sector, Chair. So, Chairperson, we have, in line with this, we have referred 7 disciplinary matters to the Department of Home Affairs. The reason there is a small number in terms of disciplinary referrals is because there are, in total, nationally, 11 adjudicators that are adjudicating these processes. So that then explains then the number, which is now 7. We have referred 278 matters to the NPA in respect of then some of the foreign nationals. We have made systemic recommendations to the department. We have closed 111 investigations, and then we have 205 administrative referrals. This is where we have referred to the department for the department to at least start the process of revocation of the study visas and the deportation of the foreign nationals. Chairperson, the next slides then will deal with the finalized matters. We've already agreed, Chairperson, that the information in terms of the finalized matters was provided for information purposes. I will then move to then just the challenges. Generally, we've got generic challenges, Chairperson, that we have already spoken to in terms of our observations in the investigation. But in terms of the Chemical Industries Education and Training Authority, we have these risks and challenges. There are no proper archiving or record-keeping processes in terms of documents. There are no signed policies. There are no proper or signed job profiles for officials. The minutes of the committees or board meetings are not signed or properly kept. And the same officials are part of various committees, as already alluded by Mr. Bulwana. The BEC and the BAC is just the same group of colleagues. In terms of the University of Fort Hare, there were payments that were made, Chairperson, prior the services being made to the university. There was also poor contract management resulting in extensions of contracts. There's general non-adherence to SCM processes, and invoices are not supported by documents. And the sundry accounts versus creditors accounts departments have different conflicting policies, which then aids some of the officials to do wrong. There are inflated prices by service providers and nobody's monitoring this one. There's also poor record keeping, hence we ended up getting documentation from the service providers themselves. Then in terms of our concluding remarks, Chairperson, the SIU continues to make various systemic recommendations to the institutions towards addressing identified gaps within the institutions. The SIU undertakes to accelerate the finalization of ongoing investigation, and we remain committed to our constitutional mandate to investigate serious administration, corruption, and related irregularities. Chairperson, with your permission, we will pause here and allow then the committee to pose questions. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. That was the presentation from the SIU. The DG was lobbying me that after he saw the presentation of employment and labor, he's asking that we allow employment and labor to present first, and then they will come after. I did not ask him for reasons why. He wants it to be done that way. So if we can have employment and labor, those will be presenting. Maybe if we can come somewhere here so that we have access to the cable. Employment, are you? Yeah. Yeah, you need to plug. You do have a laptop, Musna? Yeah. You can present from there. Just one person can come here. Yeah. You can continue in the meantime if you know what's gonna come here.
Thank you, Chair. We were still engrossed by the SIU investigation, and we were taken a bit off guard, but it's okay. Chair, we are going to be presenting from the department's perspective. We'll be looking into the financial year 2025-2026. So what Dr. Ntswaki Mamashele is going to present is an analysis of reports that we get from institutions that are designated on a yearly basis. So she's going to provide us with an analysis thereof. And thereafter, Advocate Msiza is going to take over. His presentation is going to focus specifically on the work that we did through our inspection and enforcement program to go to institutions of higher learning and look at their compliance, in particular when it comes to compliance with Employment Equity Act. Chair, in your opening remarks, you alluded to the Employment Services Act that talks, Section 9 thereof talks to the appointment of foreign nationals. And we'll try, because we've seen the interest of the committee is more on the employment of foreign nationals. So we'll try in our presentation to cover that angle as well. And I also took interest, Chair, when you spoke about Ekaya, and you mentioned the fact that you picked up that there were structural integrity issues. And I think in your talk you also mentioned that it would be interesting and desirable for the Department of Employment and Labor maybe to extend our services to that. We'll be happy to do that. From an occupational health and safety perspective, we do have the competence and the mandate to regulate buildings in the country, and we look at structural integrity. So we'll be happy to get a list of those that you require as being part of what we should look at, and we can do that. So, Chair, that said, I'm going to hand over to the presenters. I hope that Dr. Mamashalo, you are ready.
Yes.
And then we asked how much time we've got from the Secretariat, and it was indicated that we've got 30 minutes. So we'd like to confine ourselves as much as possible to the time allocated. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Inspector General and Chairperson and honorable members. I'll start the presentation to give the latest employment equity status of the education sector as a whole vis-a-vis the representation of foreign nationals in the 26 public universities. Last year when we addressed this portfolio committee, we requested that we should also provide the data set that informs the graphic representations that we presented last year. But this presentation will just focus on the latest employment equity reports that were submitted by designated employers that operate in the education sector, which is inclusive of the 26 public universities, and then look at the actual workforce profile of the 26 public universities as they submitted their reports to the Department of Employment and Labor between 1 September 2025 and 15 January 2026. Chairperson, I need to emphasize that the cutoff date for this data that we are presenting here was the 31st of August 2025. The committee will remember that all designated employers that employ 15 and more employees are required to submit on an annual basis their employment equity reports to reflect how they are actually progressing in transforming their own institutions. You'll see that in 2025 reporting period, Chairperson, there were 309 reports received, which were quality reports received from the whole education sector. And there were 26 quality reports received from the 26 public universities. These are inclusive of universities of technologies, and this excludes the private universities, private colleges, and it also excludes public TVET colleges because the TVET colleges reports under the Department of Higher Education. And the data reflects that out of the whole total workforce reported in the education sector, the 419,111 employees in the education sector, 2.1% of those employees are actually foreign nationals in the educational sector. And in the public universities, you'll see that there are many foreign nationals. Although the public universities, as at 31 August 2025, the workforce was 95,685. 6,777 of those are foreign nationals. This, we are talking here, these people actually are employed for 3 months and more months and years. So 7.1% of those are actually foreign nationals. Chairperson, we thought that it's important to respond to a request that you made last year when we are presenting at this portfolio committee that we should give you the total data set with true figures and percentages as reported by the the institutions that are in the education sector and the public universities. So in this data set, you'll see that we're giving you the whole total workforce per occupational level, starting from top management up to unskilled level, but also zooming in, chairperson, into the temporary employees that are employed in the education sector. I just want to zoom into the temporary employees, chairperson, because these are employees that come in to relieve people that are on sick leave, that may have actually been on maternity or have actually been on incapacity leave. These are employees that are employed for less than 3 months, as defined in the Labor Relations Act and also in the Employment Equity Act. But of great concern here is that in the education sector, out of the 40,989 employees that are employed on a temporary capacity, 6.7% of those are foreign nationals. And one wonders what kind of a skill are they bringing in the education sector. And if you look from professionally qualified to top management, these are strategic positions, and that's where you find a number of foreign nationals sitting in middle management to top management in the education sector. And a similar trend can also be observed when you look into the 26 public universities. From top senior professionally qualified level, you'll find that the footprints of foreign nationals that are sitting here are higher than 3%, if not 5%. But also when you look into the temporary employees, those that are less than 3 months, you'll find that out of the 23,488 employees that are on temporary work in the universities, 12% of those are foreign nationals. Given the high level of unemployment in this country, you wonder exactly what are these foreign nationals bringing in the 26 public universities. And Chair, we took liberty to zoom and do a comparative analysis of the education sector vis-a-vis the 26 public university workforce profile. And at top management, these are very critical positions in the universities because they provide leadership, vision, and they take strategic decisions. And you see in top management in the universities, you find a little bit of 1.6% representation of foreign nationals. And in the whole sector, then it's sitting at 2.5%. But if you look at the designated groups, which are black people, women and persons with disabilities, although we are zooming into population groups, you'll see that African and colored population groups are the least represented at top management in the education sector and also in the 26 public universities. And the Indian and white population groups are actually the preferred population groups to be sitting at top management, which is executive level positions in this regard. And a similar trend, if you look at senior management level, if you don't have enough pool of black people in terms of Africans and colored at this level, then it means automatically in terms of succession planning, when positions become available at top management, then you are likely to actually promote the Indian and the white population groups. And if you zoom in here, also, it's worrisome that in the 26 public universities, the representation of foreign nationals is actually more than 2 times the representation of foreign nationals in the whole education sector. They are sitting at 16%. And again here you'll see Africans are far below 50%, and the colored group as well, they are below 7%. However, again, the Indian and the white population are actually above if you look at their demographics in terms of the economically active population. And Chairperson, it's worrisome that we have foreign nationals that are sitting at senior management. And the likelihood is that when opportunities arise at executive level of the universities, they are the first to get promoted to those positions. I know internationalization, that's the argument that is used, Chairperson. You alluded to that earlier in the morning, that internationalization is used as an excuse not to look at our local people, our South Africans that are qualified. And if you look at professionally qualified level, it's middle management level. These are people with postgrads, masters, and some of them also have doctorates. And you see that in the education sector, we have at least above 53% Africans with masters and doctorates at this level, and honors degrees. In the public universities, above 40%, and then you see the colored are coming up at 11% and then 7.7%. But look at the representation of the foreign nationals in the university. It's above 12%, 12.8%, almost 13%. And in the whole education sector, it's 4.4%. Actually, in the universities, there are 3 times more foreign nationals than in the whole education sector. And in this area, if you don't get your professionally qualified level correct, and also your senior management, there's no way that you'll change the heads of the universities in this country, because people that get an opportunity to be promoted to the executive levels are likely to be those foreign nationals that are sitting in most of the universities. And Chairperson, I thought I'll close there, but it's a great concern that although the universities are creating graduates year in, year out, those graduates seem not to be absorbed in these universities, but they are their own products. I thank you, Chair. And I'll hand over to Mr. Advocate Museza to zoom into the inspection and enforcement issues in relation to the universities and nationally, Chair. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Dr. Mamashil. And once more, good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, top management and colleagues. That's a very worrying picture. And if you check in terms of that slide now, it presents inspections that were conducted in 2025-26 financial year in terms of inspection enforcement services of the department, and we had 3,324 targeted. We only inspected 1,948, but check it's because of the period of the transitional period that happened from the 1st of September to the latter part of the financial year that made us not to reach the target that was envisaged. But look at the non-compliance that is there, 1,767, which is quite 91% of inspections were non-compliant. So it tells you that in the employment equity space, the non-compliance is very high. And what it says to Chairperson is that we may not transform this country at the rate that we would have wanted. And that's worrying, because transformation then is left behind as compared to what it should be. That is why if you check even the report on the Commission of Employment Equity, you'll see that it will take us many years to transform the country. If you go to slide number 10, it gives you a picture in terms of different provinces to say how did we fail in different provinces, but also of interest in terms of time, check the non-compliance rate up to Q4 to say where we are. Is that 1,767, but giving the representation in terms of different provinces. Actually, you will see that provinces that should be making us have more inroads, like GP and KZN, have got the highest non-compliance rate in terms of their numbers, 503 and 452 respectively, followed by Mpumalanga. And that's why we have a lot of employers that we could be making much more inroads. Also, in the interest of time, slide number 11 tells you the provincial representation, and the slide number 12 tells you in terms of the summary that I've just made to say, out of those provinces, which one is the largest, and what was targeted and what was also achieved. It is interesting to note that Free State achieved their target, but then the non-compliance rate is also 79% in that province. So it tells you to say how far we are. Then if you look at slide number 13, you see the sectoral targets now in terms of higher education, in terms of the new legislation, what we envisage to inspect against and making sure that we achieve those sectoral targets. And if now I'm going to zoom to universities, you will also see university by university to say how far are we. The first university that you see there is Rhodes University. Then you see where we are in terms of foreign nationals. And remember that Dr. Mamashel has alluded to the fact that in the professional level, that's where we have the biggest challenge, because it's a feeder to senior management, and that's where you have 9.3 foreign nationals that are males, that are far above in the number of Indians and Coloreds, which are the designated groups. So if you check here under Rhodes University, you see that you've got 10.3% in terms of professionally qualified who are foreign nationals. So when you take the numbers, it's too big a number, because you've got 14 South Africans, but then we've got 59 foreign nationals. Then we also have to check, the more I present, the liberal institutions of old vis-a-vis the African-speaking institutions of old, and the technical universities vis-a-vis also the new universities. You will see that the comparison will be a comparison of an able to an able, and see how much we go. And also, if you check the historically black institutions, you see that in terms of top management and senior management, you've got less. But also in terms of professional qualified, you can see that the numbers are within a range that is controlled. Are within the range that is controlled. But at the end of the day, we should reach a level where we understand that academic institutions are institutions of academic excellence, skill development, research and scholarship, and therefore they do not have an excuse to say then they do not have qualified candidates to be promoted. Then you go to Nelson Mandela University. That's where you see, actually, that's a better picture that you see in terms of, like I said, look at the historically African-speaking universities. You see that in terms of their top management and senior management, you do not have foreign nationals there, but then they start showing under professionally qualified, but within a range that is also too high to contemplate. Then you go to Free State University, you see that that's where you see a problem, a misnomer of 15.4% of foreign nationals, though they envisage to say they would also scale down and make sure that they comply with the sectoral targets, but we say that is too much, and there is something that should not be expected from an institution of higher learning. Then you go to Central University of Technology, you see in the Free State that 9.1, 9.6% in terms of professionally qualified is the same reflection in the Free State in terms of foreign nationals. And once they make sure that they don't deal with that part of professionally qualified, it will affect them in terms of senior management as time goes on. So you look at the University of South Africa, that's where you are, but you see that it's within a manageable range in terms of senior management, despite the numbers that are there, and also professionally qualified. To look at their total staff complement of 1,682. But what should also be worrying there is having them in the skills technical, because there is not academic post. So then it begins to tell you to say, why do you have them there? And the trend, it looks like, if you have a dean of faculty or a head of department who's a foreign national, you end up having even the administrative being foreign. So you start questioning yourself to say, what is happening in these institutions of higher learning? Something that should not be. Then look at Tshwane University of Technology, compared to an University of Technology with a Central University of Technology, you see that there's a problem. If Tshwane could survive as it is in terms of those figures and still become internationally competitive, then it will ask you to say, why is Central University of Technology not the same? That is why I'm saying we must compare an apple to an apple, and both institutions are competitive, but then you see that management of Tshwane could contain the whole inflow of foreign nationals as compared to management of Central University of Technology. Now, if we are told that it's because of certain skills, if you go to Sefako Makgato University, Health Sciences University, you realize that it's actually a myth, Chairperson, because that's where we're supposed to have foreign nationals. To say this health science university, maybe we should not be having that skill in South Africa, but that is not so. Figures don't lie, they tell you a different picture. To say actually we'll see that even the foreign nationals that are there in other institutions, we should actually qualify next time to say in which faculties. They will tell you to say they are not in really critical faculties, that it should be claimed areas that we have scarce skills. It's not the case, because Sefako Makgato should then be having more foreign nationals to show that in the health sciences we have a problem there. Then if you go to vets, that's where now the problem.
Let me help you. You can disagree, Thandi, but if you speak and is presenting, you are going to disrupt him. You are going to present. Yeah, but he's near the person you are talking to. We are not going to agree all the time, but it's how we conduct ourselves in our disagreement that will make sure that our meetings have got decorum. I'm sorry, I thought I must
Thank you so much.
defend your advocate. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, for the protection. You are wearing like I should be wearing like you, as a learned. Thank you so much. So, Chairperson, if you check VETS and UCT, you will see that that's where the problem, most problems are. The problem is at VETS University, with senior management in terms of foreign nationals, 29.6%. That is almost 30% to round it up. And it's a problem because it's even above the professionally qualified of 19.6%. And if when people are promoted to senior management, like Dr. Nsogba Mashela has said, it is because those people are taken from professionally qualified. So once you have under a designated group, more people being at senior management than professionally qualified, it means transformation is taking its course. But in this case now, you ask yourself that because they are not a targeted group, who's targeting them to senior management and what are the reasons? So it's a misnomer that you should have them more as senior management than the lecturers that are there or the academics that are there. Then it begins to tell you something that there is a problem at Wits University. And that's a historically English-speaking institution. If you look at Johannesburg and compare Johannesburg to other former African-speaking institutions, Johannesburg also becomes a misnomer against the University of Pretoria. You see, the University of Pretoria has contained that, but Johannesburg has moved its senior management to 29.79%, like Wits University, and they're in the same locality. So the problem is also in Johannesburg, if you check, as a city now, than as a specific university. Check University of Pretoria in comparison is 13.14. And it's a myth also, University of Pretoria and University of Johannesburg, in terms of international rankings, are both competitive. So you can't say internationalization, therefore, brought to University of Johannesburg what it did not bring to University of Pretoria. With local talent, but University of Pretoria is equally competitive, the same way as University of Johannesburg is. So that is debunking the myth as well. And you will see the same under Stellenbosch University. If you check Value University of Technology, you'll see there, comparatively speaking also, with the Central University of Technology, you'll see that it's not doing bad, but it's far above Tshwane University of Technology. So you go to University of Mpumalanga. That's very interesting now. Those are two of our youngest universities, but compare Mpumalanga to Sol Blaki. You will see that Mpumalanga, with the staff complement of professional qualified of 347, it has got only 10% foreign nationals. But you will see when we go to Sefako Makgato on the following Sol Blaki, I mean following slide 27, look at Sol Blaki and look at the misnomer. Those are new universities, both of them. But you have the other one at 39.2, the other one at 10%. So it tells you that somewhere the management of Sol Blaki University is losing it already. New as it is, because it must compare itself to the University of Mpumalanga. They were established on the same date. They are twins, but unlikely twins in terms of how they handle things. So you look at Northwest University, it's also a former African-speaking at most, even if it merged with University of Botswana, subsequently became University of Northwest, but also is not doing bad, Chairperson. Look at the University of the Western Cape, you see 12% senior management and 14% professional qualified. It's bad, but at least the arrangement there is exactly what I'm talking about, to say a professional qualified must inform senior management and must be above. Now, that's where another problem is. VETS and UCT, that's where the problem is. Actually, UCT is the West. If you check in terms of skills, shows the largest single foreign national reduction target in the entire sector with those numbers. And even under skills technical, you see they've got 12% now, non-academic stuff. Then you ask yourself a question to say, what could be the reason to have such? And actually, if we nip it in the bud at VETS and UCT, targeting those two institutions to reduce drastically, we will be somewhere. But look at Stellenbosch after that, which is equally competitive. You're talking your 3%, 9%, 3%. Then you ask yourself a question to say, in the same city, UCT hovering so high, but Stellenbosch so low, but equally a competitive institution. And then on slide number 32 is Cape Peninsula University of Technology. You see professional qualified is also still high at 16%. You also have 9% as skills technical, which is non-academic. University of KwaZulu-Natal, that's a problem as well. 11% for senior management, professionally qualified 27.6%. That one there under top management is the vice chancellor. And we already have a lot of issues now. Academics writing to the department saying people are promoted without interviews. They just pick a person and say, no, you are being developed to a certain position in terms of succession, and that person, those people happen to be foreign nationals. So that's part of what we received this week and will be investigating. But there the vice chancellor is actually a foreign national. That's a challenge. So you wonder in terms of local content, scholarship development, what will happen in that regard. Look at University of Zululand, senior management has advanced to 16%, which is too much for University of Zululand if you compare to other historically African universities, like other universities, yeah, like your University of Limpopo, University of Venda, and even Fort Hare to a certain extent. So Durban University of Technology, you see also professionally qualified is 10.5%, which is very high if you compare it to Tshwane University of Technology. Then that's Mangosuthu, professionally qualified 13%. It's fine in terms of top management is 0, senior management is 0, but they'll have to make sure that they reduce, and they committed to reduce to 14. I mean, yeah, to reduce by 1.5%, but at most they should be reducing and making sure that they reach the level that we want. Thank you so much, Chairperson. I think that's a picture, but I must indicate that these reviews happen during the transitional period, preparing them for compliance with the sectoral targets, and will not be enforceable for now because it was during the transitional period. What we will do after the 1st of October this year, we will then review them and make sure that we enforce, because they shall have reported for the first year of their 5-year plan, and in that regard, we'll crack a whip and make sure that they comply accordingly. Thank you so much.
No, thank you very much, Advocate. I'm afraid they're going to say I lobbied you, because when you go to certain institution and you say this one is the West, we had released a statement not so long ago indicating that actually at UCT, if you look at professor level, the number of foreign national professors, they are double the combination of blacks, Indians, and colored. It's double. They are about 40% foreign national professors at UCT. And blacks, Indians, and colored are around 19.6%. So let's go to DHET. now as you present DG, you can disagree with the properly. Now you are presenting. The time is yours.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Oh, I thought Annele had the presentation, no?
You can sit there.
I don't. David, where's David? Who's going to connect from our side? I don't have the, I can't connect my computer.
It's David. Let me go to David.
You don't normally connect, don't you normally do it? No? You don't normally. Neither is mine. I don't know. Who normally connects?
Hi, Jorge. How are you? I'm good. No. Okay. Okay. Fantastic.
Let's do this. Tandy will email it to you, and then we'll open it here. In the meantime, let's take Home Affairs. Yeah, Home Affairs, please come connect. D-Head. They probably want to connect to present after you, so that they also disagree with you. So. It's not working. No, I think it just got on. I see Malaganga. Yeah, he linked. Tandy, just while we are waiting for Home Affairs, Honorable Ngubane was just saying, I think we're fine now. We can ask questions because he already gotten what he wanted from from employment and labor. So, but I was telling him that they will still have more from Home Affairs, so he must wait a bit. Home Affairs, if you are ready, we can start.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. Good morning again. I'm with Mr. Pindiwe Mbele. Mr. Mbele will do the presentation. Mr. Mbele is the head of our what we call corporate account unit. He deals with your work visas, which includes critical skills visas, general work visas, as well as intercompany transfer visas. He's also the head of our unit that works closely with DHET on the review of the critical skills list, etc. Chair, so our role in Home Affairs is to facilitate the employment of foreigners on a, let me just emphasize, Chair and members, that the visa process follows a work contract issued by any institution, whether it's university or anything. It's so we will be approached to say, please facilitate the stay and the work of this person of any organization. So we'll touch on the different work visas, Chair, but also get to the new program, digital transformation program that we're running in the Department of Home Affairs, the electronic travel authorization that we've rolled out last year for the G20 countries, Chair. And that's the journey that we are currently on. And many of the areas that was identified, for example, in the SIU report, is areas that the ETA would also be addressing, streamlining the process, removing subjectivity, human intervention at a certain point. There would still be adjudication, Chair, but that adjudication will be assisted by machine learning and also, Chair, with the integration of Home Affairs systems with the security cluster systems, etc., Chair. So that will improve the issuing, not only the predictability of the visas, the speed we issue visas, but also the quality and security around visas. Chair, let me stop there and then allow Mr. Mbele to take us through the presentation. I inform Mr. Mbele that we were here in maybe 6 months ago, Chair, when I presented similarly, so that we're not going to go through all the detail. The slides are very busy, that Mr. Mbele summarized some of the slides for us. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Simons, and good morning once again, Chairperson and honorable members. The purpose of the presentation, as Mr. Simons has already said, will go into 7 areas: the DHA mandate, the visa framework, in as far as it relates to foreign nationals that are or can be found at the institutions of higher learning. That would be the students that the SIU also raised an issue about. The postdocs, which would be your researchers that are found at universities, and the academic staff, as well as short-term academics that from time to time visit universities. We'll also speak about the PBS, which is the point-based system of the department, and the October 2024 waiver. And then the ETA and digitization, which is one of the interventions that the department has introduced as part of the digital transformation roadmap, which we envisage that it will deal with most of the issues that have been flagged by the SIU and other reports such as the Lubisi. And then we look into issues of compliance, more related to the work that we do with the Department of Labor, Employment and Labor, and then also the challenges and reforms that we are identifying in our white paper, and also the practical guidance in terms of what the responsibilities are for universities. Chair and colleagues, the department takes its mandate from the Immigration Act 2002 and the regulations, And there's a particular section 38, that deals with the prohibition of employing of illegal foreigners. And we also get the mandate to visa issuance and the categories of visas that we issue. And more particularly, our legislation also requires of us to have an interdepartmental coordination between the Department of Employment and Labor and other departments as well, in particular in enforcing the Employment Services Act, which prohibits employment without valid work authorization. In as far as policy direction is concerned, the Cabinet approved the White Paper on Citizenship, Immigration and Refugee Protection in April 2024. A revised draft has been republished for comment in December 2025, and a further approval was given in 2026. Now, when we come to institutions of higher learning, we have 4 types of foreign nationals that you can find on campus. It would be either a student who would be on campus on the basis of having a study visa. Then you would have postdocs and researchers, which would be researchers that have obtained funding to conduct research using the facilities of a particular university. And then you would then have academic staff, which would be your lecturers, professors, and a specialist. And then you will then have your usual visitors that would be maybe foreigners that are coming to do a workshop or maybe a seminar or any other short-term assignment. Now, in terms of academic staff hires at the universities, they generally fall into 2 types of categories. You would have those that have a critical skills work visa, and you would have those that hold what we call a general work visa, section 19(2). Now, in as far as the critical skills is concerned, university-specific occupations that are on the critical skills are only 2. We have a university lecturer / senior lecturer, and what we call specialist nurse educator, which would be a person that is training nurses in the nursing department of the university. Now, a skill or an occupation is considered to be a critical skill if it appears on the critical skills list. It has its own requirements. And then you have other occupations that do not appear on the critical skills list, which are then applied for through the general work visa regime. Now, in 2024, the department introduced what we call the PBS, the points-based system, which allocates 100 points as a threshold that an applicant needs to meet before they can be granted a visa. So in this case, the applicant would either have an occupation that is on the critical skills list, and we also have a determination in terms of the NQF level qualification that this person should have, and as well as a salary band, the annual salary that the applicant needs to earn, the relevant experience, official language proficiency, and the job offer from the trusted employer. Meaning that when an employee who has signed a contract or an employment offer with a university applies for a visa, they would then need to score 100 points on our points-based system. Mr. Simon mentioned earlier the digital transformation roadmap of the department, which is introducing the electronic travel authorization, which is the future platform where the department is going to be processing all visa applications. What we have done with the digital ETA platform is that those visas, short-term visas for tourists and very short-term authorizations, the system is able to process them automatically. But the long-term visas that requires deeper validation, are still going to be done on the ETA as a compulsory platform, but they will be going through the various checks to make sure that the documents that are submitted by the applicant meets the requirements. And obviously, it also has an enforcement link where non-compliance or failure to meet prescribed validation requirements can trigger enforcement actions. And the advantage of the ETA is that it comes with faster processing because it is a digital platform that also issues outcomes in terms of visas digitally. We also introducing on the ETA the digital authorization for short-term academic mobility. From time to time, as I've explained, you find universities inviting a foreign speaker maybe to come and conduct a seminar or maybe a lecture for a short period. This would be someone that is not on the university's payroll in terms of the staff establishment. Is an invited or a visiting a professor for a short period of time, usually not exceeding 90 days. And this is the type of visa that we are saying that on the ETA platform, we are able to issue within a targeted 24-hour turnaround time. Now, compliance and monitoring mechanisms. In terms of our Act, Section 38, it obliges employers to ensure that no illegal foreigner is employed and that employment aligns with visa conditions. And if there's any breaches, these are sanctionable under Section 49. Every employer, in this case universities, when they employ a foreign national, when they submit a visa application at Home Affairs, there's regulatory undertakings. For instance, the employers make an undertaking that they will ensure that the applicant keeps their passport valid, and that the employer themselves accept any potential deportation costs, and that they will maintain accurate records and ensure the role matches with the visa conditions. In number 3, we also have joint enforcement. DHA, Department of Employment and Labor, and SAPS conduct joint inspections at workplaces, including universities and research facilities. The Department of Employment and Labor enforces the Employment Services Act of 2014. And continuous digital compliance, I've already spoken to this one, is the one about the ETA. Now, the key challenges that the department is currently faced with is the processing delays and uncertainty. The historic backlogs created a recruitment and grant project risk for universities, and also the complexity and fragmentation. There's multiple visa pathways: study, research, critical skills work visa, general work visa, with varying requirements and mission-specific practices, which may create administrative burden for international offices and HR teams. In terms of policy, one issue there is the National Labor Migration Policy, the White Paper 2025, and the legislation Employment Services Amendment Bill, which contemplates sectoral occupational quotas and mandatory skills transfer. We understand that the Employment Services is recommending that there should be certain occupational quotas in certain sectors, which will then inform how also we review our own legislation in terms of granting visas to foreign nationals. Until the full ETA maturity, we are still dealing with paper-based applications, especially in the missions. And sometimes this creates an inconsistency and delay, particularly for research residents and short notice academic visits. We have current reforms and system overhauls with regards to how we process applications. We have already implemented some of the recommendations of the Operation Vulindlela. Mr. Simons is the DHA project leader for Operation Vulindlela reforms, where we are looking at processes that are creating the red tape that we need to review to ensure that employers, where necessary and required, are able to recruit the skills that they need. We are also looking at this, the next phase of reviewing and updating the critical skills regime. The critical skills list that we have, we produce it in conjunction with the Department of Higher Education and Training. They have, the one that we have currently was produced by the DPRU, the Development Policy Research Unit of the DHET. There's a broad research that they do. They go to universities and look at what the current cohort of students are studying, and they do projections in terms of the years to say, if you look at what and how many students are at the universities currently, these are the likely possible shortages in certain occupations in the future. So the next round of the review of the critical skills list has already started with the preparatory work. And also then the legislative overhaul, as I've already spoken to it, the white paper is making certain recommendations, clarifying employer obligations, and aligning migration management with national skill that authorizes that activity of study. If a person is a postdoc, they must have the right document that allows them to, to do that. So basically, every foreign national that is on campus at an institution of higher learning must have the relevant document that allows them to conduct that particular activity. We have also advised universities to implement pre-hire work authorization checks, whether the people that they are employing are meeting the requirements in terms of their qualifications, in terms of the NQF levels and so forth. And this is quite important, because if you look at the presentation that was done by the SIU earlier, someone was employed having a master's, but that master's was obtained from an institution that is non-accredited. And this is, the warning that we always give to universities, that before you come to Home Affairs and say, can you please give this person a visa, you need to have made the pre-work hire authorization checks to ensure that this person has the correct documents, even though by ourselves we'll also be able to do those verification when we process the application for a visa. We have also advised universities to build a points-based system evidence check, that when the Department of Labor or any inspection is done, the university should be able to prove that that particular foreign national meets the requirements as prescribed by the department. Continuing on that, universities should prepare for inspections at all times. They must have copies of relevant visas of the applicants. The contracts must match the visa terms, and there should be evidence of any skills transfer activities where applicable, and documented verification steps. So they need to have proof that they have verified whatever documents that the applicant provided when they submitted an application. And also they should monitor policy changes. From time to time, the minister may issue directives that deal with certain policy changes and so forth. So universities need to also keep an eye on that. With regards to the process and status of the current critical skills list, the list that we have now was updated in 2023 twice by a request from the Department of Health, where they requested the Minister of Home Affairs to include specialist health practitioners. And then the second time in October, it was a request from the to include the veterinarians. I always struggle with that way, or animal doctors. I think it's easier that way to include that on the critical skills list. And as we've said, we are now on. We've started preparatory work to review the critical skills list. Usually, also the critical skills list, we never put an occupation that may belong under a regulation of a particular government department without consulting them. So when you see on the critical skills list university lecturers and senior university lecturers, it would have been input that was made by the universities to say we have a shortage in this particular area. And whatever research that has been done would have either confirmed that or maybe found a different finding on it. So the current status is that our list was last updated in 2023. The work is underway to conclude on the new list. In conclusion, Chair, the key takeaways for this meeting would be that universities and research councils carry clear statutory duties under Section 38 and Regulation 18. Non-compliance attracts personal and institutional risk. The October 2024 points-based system has simplified general work visa pathways, obviously without removing the necessity to do what we call a diligent search. Universities need to do a diligent search and satisfy themselves that they could not find a South African who has the necessary skills to perform in a certain occupation or does not meet the needs. Universities should enroll promptly for entity profile management. This is also one of the interventions that we are doing on the ETA. The SIU raised an issue about people who apply for study visas, but once they arrive in South Africa, do not go to institutions of learning. We are now saying on the ETA, if a university has made a provisional acceptance of a student, it is the university that is going to apply for the visa on behalf of the applicant on our system. Because if the applications are initiated from the students, universities sometimes do not even know whether the student arrived in South Africa or not. So we are now introducing what we call entity profile management, and it's going to be the same for employers. Employers will apply for visas on behalf of their employees that they are trying to bring on board, but the prescribed documents that are required are not going to change in that case. In closure, we recommend that the Portfolio Committee notes the presentation. Thanks, Chair and honorable members.
Thank you very much, department. D-Head, are you ready? Okay, let's just come swap. We really appreciate, we're not only going to note the presentation, we're going to welcome it. D-Head.
Thank you very much, Chair. In the interest of time, we will go straight to the presentation and maybe respond later on when time is available. Thank you, Chair, and over to you, Tedici.
Thank you so much. Technology. I'm trying to use Apple technology.
Yeah, we did say you must get a different device.
I'm waiting for my department. There it is. I'm waiting for my departmental computer.
Well, it's not going to come on.
Isn't it?
No.
Because I can see. Can I use yours?
Hold on, maybe it's coming. Let's see.
It seems like it's coming, but...
it will keep on in and out.
No, I'm going to use Mampachos. It's easier.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mampacho. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Chair. Apologize for starting the debate before we've got to the debate. Yeah, I was disputing whether health sciences is a scarce skill compared to engineering, because I don't think it is as much a scarce skill as other areas. So I was agreeing that it would be surprising if SMU had high numbers. So I want to say that we have made, this is the third presentation that we've made to the Portfolio Committee this year on the issue of foreign academics. And in the previous presentations, we presented the data. So I think that there is no disputing the data. And as a department, we are not disputing the data. The big concern has been, and these are the concerns that have been raised, and I think these are the concerns that are under discussion today, is that there is a concern that there are high numbers of foreign nationals in the university system, particularly in the scarce and critical skills areas. The difficulty that we've had is that we do not hold that information in one place, and therefore it's very difficult to provide. So we can't tell you who are permanent residents and therefore employed properly in terms of the Employment Services Act, and who are foreign nationals with foreign citizenship who hold critical skills visas. So that's been a particular area of contestation. But I think the data that we have seen presented from the Employment Equity Commission is very much in line with the data that we've seen. Chairperson, you have pointed out at some universities where there are particularly high levels of foreign professors, higher than the levels of black professors. So I think we're not disputing that data. The other issue, the real issue, I think, has been on whether or not the universities are legally compliant. I'm not sure that any of the data today says that universities are doing things illegally, but there are concerns that need to be investigated, particularly where there may be people employed both in concentrated in temporary positions, and also in what appear not to be scarce skills areas. And I think those are some of the discussions that we are also looking at. And then the real concern, Chair, I think, as well, which we need to address as the department and the universities need to address, is what are we doing to ensure that academic talent of South Africans is being promoted and recognized, and that where universities may be internationally recruiting, they are also not doing this at the expense of South Africans, as the data may show in some areas. So that's really what our approach has been. What we wanted to do today is to talk a little bit about some of the monitoring that we have been doing as a department. I'm going to focus much more, Chair, so as not to go into too much data, but to say that we are also concerned, and the key policy question for the department is, are these, is recruitment being appropriately managed, and is it legally compliant? I think we would want to engage very closely with our counterparts at Labour and at Home Affairs to see, because clearly there have been a lot of improvements in how the regulation is taking place, and I think we would welcome that, and we would want to go into depth in that discussion in our joint working group. And then we would want to see that where international academics are appointed, and I'm specifically saying academics, that is supported by a clear rationale from the institution. And then I think also we would want to show that we are strengthening South African academic talent and capacity building through these processes as well, and not at the expense of these processes. So our engagement at the moment has been, this has been over the last couple of months, has been to go and conduct oversight with 14 of the public universities, and we have been focusing very much on the issue of identifying information gaps, because we ourselves have acknowledged that the information gaps are making it difficult for us to do proper institutional monitoring in this space. And we are doing that monitoring, and we are still visiting the remaining 12 public universities. These are some of the figures that are coming out. So I think your point about UMP and SPU is a key point. UMP is twice more than twice the size of SPU as a university. It's got a much bigger staff complement, but the percentage is there for all to see. So this is one of the things that we are looking at. This actually is more of looking at which universities are actually publishing and looking at figures of foreign nationals. So what is the share of total staff? How much are they looking at this data? What is their data looking at? The inconsistent definitions, we are saying this is inconsistent definitions across the universities. University of South Africa has done some work on this to look at the different definitions in the Immigration Act compared to the Employment Services Act. But I think that what we hear today is really quite useful for laying the basis for some of the guidelines that we need to be giving universities on this. Because the Home Affairs information is very clear about what you need to provide if you are seeking a critical skills or a study visa. And so we need to look at that. And I think looking at it from the perspective of the Employment Equity Commission is also very important. And like we've said before, the system fragmentation is our big concern, because when we ask for information, we're not getting it consistently across the HR department's payroll and research systems, and that's something that we need to address within the system. This is just about which of the 14 universities that we visited disclosed different elements on foreign nationals. How much did we get the head count, the academic versus non-academic, the issue of gender. We are not getting information in the areas in orange, which is the recruitment data, so how the recruitment took place, what kind of contracts are we looking at, permanent or temporary. The seniority level is not available for all, and the country of origin is also not available for all. So these are things that we are concerned about monitoring. This is just a draft of a suggested data entity canon using international best practice. This is something that we'll be exploring with the universities. Maybe just to concentrate on the way forward, Chair, because I think we are not disputing the data that's been presented. It's in line with the data that we've previously presented. And this is also what was discussed in the Home Affairs presentation, is that the Labour Market Intelligence Programme is in phase 3, and the plan is to fast track the development of a critical report on critical skills. I think it's come through quite strongly from the discussions that there needs to be a clearer discussion on critical skills. You will hear from what was said by Home Affairs that all lecturers and all senior lecturers across the board can be critical skills. And so perhaps that's an area where we need to get more clarity and to engage on the development of the list. But I think that what we would also want to do is to agree on the timelines for the regular review of the critical skills list. How often does it need to be done between the departments? How often do we need to do that research? And what should inform the development of the critical skills list is a very important discussion for us to have internally and with Home Affairs. We are visiting the remaining universities. We want to provide a comprehensive overview of the implementation of the internationalization framework, as well as how we address the concerns with universities. We are going to workshop the common definitions and reporting requirements. We are not saying that as government we don't have those, but we are going to work with Labour and Home Affairs to support us in workshopping common definitions that can be used across the sector, and then assess how we can use the data sets that we have, both through the employment equity reporting regime and through HEMIS and other relevant information. How can we use this more effectively within existing reporting requirements before we necessarily introduce new reporting requirements? But this is something we need to work on quite urgently. We've already looked at aligning through HEMIS. What can be done quite quickly is in particular around the issue of reporting whether people are permanent residents or not. We also want to establish through this, and this is the question that I was also asking our colleagues in Labour, and of course we must take that discussion outside. I think it's an important question, is what is a reliable baseline? So we've got a reliable baseline from the Employment Equity Act information, and we've also got HEMIS information, and we need to look at different academic ranks and specialized recruitment pathways and strengthen what reporting we need on rank, discipline, employment category, and recruitment pathway. And this needs to be clearly done, especially for the senior and specialized appointments. And then we need to also, I think we need to determine what is an acceptable figure in the public university sector, recognizing that universities are not the same as other kinds of institutions. This is something that I think we require as government to have a discussion on, and I would hope that we can have that discussion based on the data and the presentations that we're having today. To finalize and workshop the common definitions and the minimum reporting requirements, and this is something that we need to engage with the universities on. We definitely recognize there's a need to provide support to universities to align international recruitment with long-term academic workforce planning without violating institutional autonomy, of course, but including the development of sector-wide guidelines through the leadership of the Internationalization Reference Group that we've spoken about earlier, and through engagement with USAF. And we are hoping that our colleagues in Employment and Labour and Home Affairs will assist us in working on these guidelines. And there have been some meetings to date. I think we need to formalize those discussions to clarify the respective mandates and referral mechanisms and vetting systems. Also, we need to continue to engage with the universities. The universities have suggested a multi-stakeholder working group with Home Affairs, DHET, DEL, and USAF. We would not want to duplicate that work. The universities have raised concerns about the visa processes, but I think that we can facilitate that discussion relatively easily with Home Affairs to ensure that universities are following the proper procedures and providing proper information, but also that timeframes are not taking too long. I think in the long term, we would want to ensure that international recruitment is considered within a broader academic workforce strategy, and one that recognizes the value of international expertise, which is something that is recognized across university systems worldwide, but also while ensuring sustained investment in the development, progression, and retention of South African academic capacity. Chair, I just wanted to say we are focusing as a department on strengthening system capacity. We recognize the problems and the fact that this is something that needs sustained work, and I think we've spoken very much before about these programs. I do want to say that, and I wanted to just quickly give you a sense of the data, that in 2006, I'm not defending the universities, but I do want to tell you that in 2006, the data looked vastly different from what it looks like today. Sorry, I just need to get this from my computer. In 2006, black staff in our university system represented only 37.8% of permanent staff academic positions. That's in 2006, so 18 years ago. By 2024, this representation changed to 65. Sorry, yes, 20. 2006, yeah, to 2024. To 2024, we don't have 2026 data. 65.4%, so from 37.3 to 65.4. There's no one that can say that that's adequate, but it is a massive growth. So I think we also need to recognize where we come from. However, let me also acknowledge that at the same time, foreign national representation in the system also grew at the same time. So the point I'm making is just...
You don't have the numbers of
I
this
do,
one,
yeah.
but please
So in
mention them.
2006, foreign staff accounted for 7.8% of permanent roles. By 2024, those figures rose to 12%. So in both spaces, there's been growth. Obviously, the growth in the development of black academic staff has been enormous and significant. And I don't want us to lose that argument. But it's also important not to deny that there's also been that growth in foreign staff. So Chair, I think those are the things that we really need to focus on as a department, working with our colleagues in Labour and Home Affairs to make sure that there are very clear guidelines, to make sure that we are working with our universities to make sure that they are adhering to those guidelines. Obviously, we also welcome the investigations that are being spoken about If there's an allegation, it needs to be investigated. I think it's still an allegation, though, but we would want to know whether or not that is true and that is the case. So, Chair, we didn't want to present the data. We don't dispute it. Thanks. Did you want to say anything, DG?
Thank you very much, Tandy, for the presentation. Chair, in your opening remarks, you observed the recent media coverage of the issues of which we are presenting today. I wouldn't like that the public miss the point about where we stand as a department on matters like that. And following the presentation by the SIU, I feel that at some point we would like to make a strong proposal that begins to empower the SIU. And in their presentation, they've already indicated the close working relations between the department and the SIU, just by looking at the number of proclamations that have been made. But in this particular case, I would strongly support and move for another proclamation that looks into the issues around non-compliance and illegal operations around foreign nationals. I think that point must not be missed in the midst of our conversation around the issue, so that academic issues on the side, but where non-compliance against the laws of our country is identified, our department, and in fact I can speak on behalf of all other departments, we stand firm that such must lead to consequences. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much, DG and TDG, and of higher education. Thank you very much to Labour and Home Affairs. And thank you very much to the SIU. The change in numbers of black academics improving was as a direct, deliberate investment by government using different programs. Are you okay, Dr. Christian? By government using different programs like your National Student Aid Financial Scheme, your National Research Foundation, NGAP, a number of them. The Emerging Young Professionals Program, government has put billions of rands into making sure that designated groups, which are black women, white women, colored people, black men, and Indians, are not spectators in their own country. And this was not done because the government was playing dice and hoping that it's either a pop or a crap. Government had done some research that indicated that at the beginning of the democracy of this country, the blacks, Indians, and colored professionals were almost non-existent. And government said that must change. Actually, the numbers that we are reading to us, you'll see that if you look at the number of white academics in some institutions are about 90%, 80%. And to date, some of those institutions have not transformed. I'll make an example about Stellenbosch. Stellenbosch has not transformed in terms of the look and feel, the face of that institution is still predominantly white male dominated, not even white female, white male dominated. Despite the investment that government would have put. And that also translates to even the face of students there. It is possibly the only institution that has, Honorable Soldier, I can't remember the numbers now, but more than 50% of the student populace there. I think they were here in March or April or May, I can't remember now. But it's possibly the only institution that is still have the number of students at that institution, which does not tie with the population of the Western Cape as they're here, the population of the country. There's a skewed number of things. And we have it's a problem of transformation. Dr. Lewin, Prof. Lewin. It's a problem of this thing. Of course, today, just to respond to you when you said you are not sure if today would have proven any illegality on the appointment of foreign nationals. This was not what it was about, but maybe we must help you and say that maybe we must resolve that we must ask the SIU to help us with that part. The legality of the appointments of these people, meaning that firstly, they must look at the documents that, or maybe the advert itself on the terms of reference. Let's look at we can say maybe in the past 7 years, we don't have a problem. We can say, go back 2019 and get the adverts of all foreign nationals that were appointed from 2019. We can say 1 January 2019 to prove. I agree, we are saying we can't prove the legality of this thing, but to prove it. And by the way, it will be easier to prove because the Employment Service Act says, firstly, if the person is not a South African, and we know what is the definition of a South African, Home Affairs is here, can help us on what is the definition of a South African. If a person is not a South African, they cannot be given first preference, meaning when you advertise, and if you can't find anybody within the confines of the country for that particular position, you can then go and re-advertise. And on second chance, you can then consider foreign nationals. I can tell you now for free, leave 2019, the adverts that came out this year alone were on first attempt, foreign nationals that had applied and were considered. If you want us to prove what is the legality or illegality of those appointments, we can show it to you. And I don't appreciate us coming and being defensive for no reason. We're not attacking you, DG. You've got absolutely no business defending wrong things that are happening at universities. But you can't come to us here and tell us that you have not proven the legality or illegality of the appointments. That was not the terms of reference here today. But if you want us to do that part, and I'm lobbying you members, that we resolve, that we will write to we'll follow the right process, which is to write to the Speaker, to write to the President, to lobby the president to give us a proclamation that specifically deals with the appointment of foreign nationals, the whole process from January 1, 2019 until what is the date today? 26 August 2026. And we'll prove to you the legality. Because I don't understand why do you want to defend something as basic and as glaring as this one. We know these things. We know. So that's the first point that I thought I must respond to. The department comes here, what slide was it? And maybe before. I'm going to give you members, I just wanted to clarify. So in your way forward slide, what slide? Slide 9. You say to us, there's database that already exists, like the HEMIS, employment equity and relevant information. Who is this HEMIS? Maybe take us through. Who is this HEMIS? Who puts information into this HEMIS, and how do you access that data? And I hope we don't get a lecture, but I'm just asking a deliberate question. Who is this HEMIS? Diet.
Thank you, Chair. HEMIS is the Higher Education Management Information System. It is used for the collecting data from institutions. The institutions provide the data to the department on an annual basis. The data is audited. It is used as a basis to fund institutions. So
with HEMIS, you can access all information of universities.
Not all information. It's got standardized reporting. So, for example, in this area, the thing that we've been saying all along is one of the weaknesses of the HEMIS data is that it doesn't distinguish between permanent residents. And so it'll say foreign citizen, but it won't say that they're permanent residents or not.
But it does not have recruitment data.
Exactly, no. And it's not a live data set, Chair. Yeah.
So why is it included in this slide of way forward that we must look at it as a reliable data supplier for us to look at what is the purpose of today's meeting? Why would you then include it into being a reliable database of information for us to resolve the problems that we're talking about today? Why is it included here?
Because, Chair, it does provide staffing information, and it provides equity information on staffing, and it provides citizenship information. But as we've shown, citizenship information is not enough to give us the level of detail required in order to know what is going on in the system. And so we feel that there may well be improvements that need to take place. And given the legislative relationship governing our relationship with universities, this is something that would require discussions, IT governance, and proper policy frameworks to be in place.
Okay. For me, it doesn't make sense. And you include there, you say we must look at that before introducing new reporting requirements, as if that reporting requirement resolves today's question, which we are talking about. The DG, the entire presentation from the department was just too defensive and unnecessary. You are too defensive, and I don't think it's helping us. You go and tell us that you can only get 14% of recruitment data from institutions. That can't be. With the powers vested in yourself as a department to hold these universities accountable, and you tell us that you can only get recruitment data for 14%, and even the contract type, you don't know whether they're permanent or it can be. These people they are on the system. So the department attitude towards universities of being too lenient and too soft to people who are supposed to report to them creates a big problem for us. I know, DG, that you, just like me, you come from the township. In my township where I come from, there's a dog. When we were growing up, different types of dogs. We'd have both sporty, no. There's a dog where I come from. I don't know whether it existed or not, but the principle existed that this dog called Stokoloko. So Stokoloko in Zulu bar injenge namazinyo. So it's a dog that can't bite, even if it tries to bite, because it does not have teeth. No one is afraid of it. Now the department is behaving like Stokoloko. You have removed your own teeth to institutions, and even if you try and bite them tomorrow, they are not afraid because you have removed your own teeth. So you are going to bite them with gums. And no one is afraid to be bitten by gums. And that is the problem. Because if every chance you get, when we ask legitimate questions about the conduct of our institutions, it is you in the department who go all out to defend them. So now, when we are not there in those rooms where you meet them, we lose confidence that we are going to hold them accountable. Because you come to us, you say, we on slide 9, slide, 7, recruitment data, we can only get 14%. How is that possible? You don't have corporate in this institution. You've got corporate services at these institutions. They are refusing to give you this data intentional. And that is why I'm lobbying these members that we must resolve here, that we must write to the Speaker for the Speaker to lobby the President on a special proclamation to look at a 7-year period of the recruitment of foreign nationals in our institutions. And SIU, when that gets, let's finish it fast. Let's go there. If they are refusing to give us that data, there are mechanisms. You refer to NPA for whatever the case may be, for refusal to give information or to provide information, but it can be. Because I can tell you, and I'm going to ask Labour, because I can't ask you guys this question, you're going to defend. I'm going to ask Labour and Home Affairs. They've spoken about the problem of, or the program called postdocs. I can tell you now, DG, that if you go to these institutions, the people who are lecturing there are postdocs. So when a post gets, vacant, a lecturing post gets vacant, the people who are then called to do the lecturing, most of them are postdocs. And I want you to look at how many, and that's what I'm going to ask them, to look at, do they know, out of the numbers provided, how many of, because they are here on the visas to be postdocs, on research thing, but they are now lecturing. They are earning, if you don't believe me, when you go there and say, give me your account. You'll see the institution pays them for lecturing, which is against the visa that they've received. And I'm telling you, this is what I'm not asking you, I know for a fact. I can tell you institutions that are doing it today. So the department come here, no, hey, no, please. That's not going to help us. We're weakening the department, I don't know to what end. And we're not against universities. Ours is to strengthen the PSET system. But it must not be for the benefit of this or against this one. It must be a fair process that we want to see. We're not against anybody. We can't be against anybody. Director General, members, I want to give you 15 minutes each. We'll start with you, Dr. Christians. I'll come to you, Dr. Honorable Ngubane. Hey, you know, I got we were talking about professors, so I now think everybody's a doctor now. You see, you might start opening cases that we're giving each other accolades we don't have. An honorable souls, I'll end with you. So, Dr. Christians, your 15 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just want to start off quickly with the Department of Labour's presentation, basically about the DHET's employment equity data as well. So, and I think it's important to start here, and then I'll continue to the SIU findings, which I also think is very important. So, it does show a worrying trend or persistent weakness in our data that, you know, especially coloured South Africans at senior and top management level, that there is definitely a gap there. And I think just firstly, I just want to ask the department before I get into the depth of it, has DHET understood or recognized or even gone into an in-depth study as to why this is occurring at our higher education institutions?
Why, which is occurring, the underrepresentation of black, African and coloured particularly? Yes, I mean, we've got loads and loads of investigations that talk to this. The most recent one was the MTT that came out, I think it was in 2023, a report on the challenge of attracting and retaining black academics in the university sector. And there are numerous problems around this, you know, from recruitment practices, but some of the more difficult ones relate to institutional cultures. Some of the discussions that you have had here. And maybe also to say, Honourable Christians, that this goes deeply to the basic education sector as well. This is something that yourself and Honourable Sauls have also spoken to. There's a participation rate measure by UNESCO of who participates in the higher education system, and it's a measure, it's an international measure of the proportion of young people in a particular age group that are in higher education. And in South Africa, the proportion of white and Indian students who participate as students in higher education is far higher than the participation of African and coloured students. And this is reported through our own data every year. So yes, this is something we watch closely. There's also another thing to say that in the funding framework, there is, as part of the funding framework, there's a recognition that universities that have higher numbers of students that are in designated, that are coming from disadvantaged backgrounds, that we also recognize that in the funding framework.
Thank you for that answer. And I think, you know, although it provides some clarity, I'm just struggling to understand or to recognize where it comes from, because South Africa spends billions of rands on the exact thing to give our underrepresented people access to higher education. We have NSFAS plowing millions of rands into our younger people, both coloured and black. But we don't see that kind of progression in our higher education institutions. So millions is invested. So where are these people then that we are investing money in? Are they, has the study found that they are leaving the country, or are they disappearing into other avenues, or are they not interested in higher education? I'm trying to understand that.
So, no, I think that graduates are being employed. Graduate unemployment is about 11%. So those who go to university because we're such an unequal society, are more likely to go to get jobs. But graduate unemployment in 2008 was 6%. So it has grown, and the state of our economy does contribute to that. Out of 100, I don't know if this will help to answer, but out of 100 young people that go to school, only 6 of them will graduate with a higher education qualification. And at every level of the pipeline, students drop out. I mean, I'm not telling you anything you don't know, but if you look at the statistics, they're still shocking. The inequities that are entrenched in our society from apartheid are still very much affect who goes to university. So as much as NSFAS supports let's say 65% of undergraduate students who come from poor and working class backgrounds, not all poor and working class students make it to university because of the history of our education system and because we need to provide more PSET opportunities for young people. I don't know if that is a helpful answer.
I mean, I think we understand. You know, it doesn't clarify the picture that we're seeing currently. Because if you look at a university like Solplaatje University, for example, Solplaatje University is the only university in a predominantly colored and black province. It is a new university, substantially colored population. Yet the employment equity data continues to show us a different picture. And if you look at the academic streams that the Solplaatje University offers, which is, for example, ICT and some of the sciences that they offer there, surely if they are producing so many graduates in a predominantly colored and black province, we must be seeing a progression of those very same people into those academic streams in top management, senior management, well, even a newer university, maybe even a lower level lecturing. But we're not seeing that. So again, has DHET actually investigated whether we are failing to build that particular pipeline to ensure that we don't use that cohort of students coming through?
Thank you. Yes, we have. I think there are many explanations for that, and I'm not saying that that we are doing enough. For one thing for sure that I should also mention is that postgraduate funding is a scarce resource. So people often graduate from university and go and have to work because they have either they have loans to pay back or they have family responsibilities. They're the first generation to go to university. Many young people are not able to study postgraduates, which means that there are young people who may qualify to go into academic positions and don't get in because they don't have access to postgraduate study. That's one. The other thing is that, I mean, postgraduate study takes a long time. It does take a long time to develop, to become an academic because you have to study, you know, all the way up to PhD. You pretty much can't get into, in many universities now, you can't get an academic position without a PhD. And that takes a long time to study and get to, and it takes a lot of money. And if you come from a poor background and you don't have funding, it's very difficult. So I think those are some of the issues but that we need to address. And we are addressing them, but clearly we're not doing it enough and fast enough. But I mean, that's why I think the picture is changing. I think if you look at the last 18 years, it's changed dramatically. It's just not where we would want to be as a country. Thanks.
Yeah, I would agree with that, but I would also in the same vein say then, you know, that access or the progression is then failing us, or the pipeline is failing us because it's not happening quickly enough for us to see that transition, you know, with recruitment, etc. More importantly, I think, because we now know, as you've said, that in order to be employed at a higher education institution, you need a postgraduate qualification. So, and also you need the necessary funding. So in terms of that, has DHET thought in terms of 5 to 10 years' time, what is then being done to change that picture?
Thanks, Honourable Christians. So from DHET's side, our current focus is on developing a more sustainable student financial aid model that would allow us to use the financial aid that we do have access to, which is, as you know, is considerable billions, to be able to support these things. At the moment, postgraduate funding is provided through the NRF, the National Research Foundation, which is under DSCI, but the NRF only supports way less than 10% of postgraduates. Universities themselves invest quite a lot of funding in postgraduate fees and supporting postgraduate students. So I think that we need to look, as part of a comprehensive student financial aid model, we need to look at what we can do to support more, greater access to postgraduate students. And I think we need to try and increase the amount that we invest in the programs like NGAP, like NESP, like the USDP, because they are really small numbers if you look at the numbers of, we support across the system, but and the NGAP probably has the most, but we're still not supporting enough numbers to get those students in. So I think if we can also increase those programs, of course the funding is a problem, but if we could, it would certainly help.
Just lastly, with regard to the Salt Lake University, I would really request that DHET does an urgent intervention, or at least an investigation into the kind of, lecturer they are recruiting there. Because, as I've said before, when you look at their programs, it's ICT-oriented, it's science-oriented. I mean, in a province like the Northern Cape, you would think they need to also branch out to, something more to match the mining industry and so on. So I still fail to understand the high level of foreign individuals that's coming in. To teach, we should have those available in South Africa. And while I have, I understand the importance of getting in academics from other countries, I think it's very important to benchmark from foreign countries. But when it comes to a scarce or critical skill, we know that, a foreign academic is appointed in terms of a scarce skill, and that's where I fail to understand the Salt Lake issue. And therefore, I'm requesting an urgent investigation into the matter at the Salt Lake University. And then also, with regards to the progression or the skills transfer, when those foreign academics come in, and I know it's a question we've asked multiple times, but have you measured whether or not, when a scarce skill foreign national comes in, whether that skill is actually transferred to South African individuals or South African academics, and at what rate? Have we measured it? And if we have measured it, can you give us a little bit more detail on that?
Honourable Christians, we haven't. I think I gave the same answer the last time, but we haven't measured it. I think universities, some of them may measure it, and we need to find out if they do. So I think it would be very difficult for me to give a comprehensive picture. I think it would be wrong to say that no skills transfer is happening, because there are many, for example, through the SARCI research chairs, it is a very solid requirement that when you are a research chair, that you are developing young academics, and you have requirements for doctoral students and postdocs and all kinds of, you have specific development and capacity development targets when you're running a SARCI chair. So there are, through many mechanisms in universities, but as a department we do not have a measure for this. It's not something that we require in our reporting regulations at the moment.
Thank you very much. Maybe something you should be adding very urgently. Chair, I just want to go over to the National Skills Fund. I have a number of questions about that, but the first one is the rabbit value chain, the 35.7 million rand paid. And I just want to get to where the oversight in all of that was. So on slide 25, they dealt with the rabbit value chain project. And we saw there that there was supposed to be 250 learners in that program. So SIU now reports to us that only 43 learners appears in the final report, and that is particularly concerning. And I think the very first question there is, can the SIU tell us if anywhere in the process of your investigation have you seen who authorized that money?
Thank you very much. Yes, we know who authorized the money.
Without divulging, because I know it's an ongoing
Yes, I don't want to divulge the names of the people, but
I understand.
we know who divulged the money, who authorized the money.
So you've identified the officials who certified every single tranche of the money that was paid and how they were monitoring the program and saw that the allocated 250 learners were not, have not gone through the program. And you know exactly who authorized all the invoices.
Yes, honorable member, yes, we know who authorized the money, and we should be able to refer to the Department for Consequence Management.
Last question, Honorable Christians.
So I just want to, having asked that question to DHET then, when did you first become aware of the problem with this particular program, with the rabbit value chain? And when you became aware of it, what intervention has taken place? Have you actually traced any of the students, any of the programs? What has happened so far?
DG, who's going to answer this one?
Thank you very much, Honorable Christian, for that question. I believe that I've been to Scopa more times in my entire career on just this matter than any other matter. Reporting departmental interventions, including to be direct to the question, the fact that the SIU investigation follows a departmental investigation which was presented as and it was called a nexus report. And that input by the department was reported to Parliament, and the shortcomings of that report were also identified. And we agreed that due to the shortcomings in that report, we must initiate a broader investigation that led to the proclamation that has resulted in the SIU investigating now. We also reported that we appointed an independent panel to follow consequences to those who were responsible. And this was also reported to Parliament. And in our report, it was indicated, the officials, it was also indicated that the limitation of that work was that it was only dealing with non-compliance and not criminality. And therefore, the work of the SIU is going to lead us to, and I like the fact that the response has now been given that once the SIU is done, this will also be given to the department so that we are able to take that work forward now to follow the areas which we didn't follow at that time because the focus was just the compliance.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Nguban. And I'll give you next. I'm worried we do have all have a sitting, so I want all of us to finish. Honorable Nguban.
Oh yeah, thanks very much, Chair. Look, thank you very much for all the presentation. First and foremost, I'll start with the 1 year SIU. Because I think mostly what SIU presented is what they presented before. It's only now it's updated with some other information. My major concern with SIU, I've picked it up from, which means if I've picked it up from MICT CETA, I can tell you now it's happening across on all the other institutions you are investigating. The issue of follow-up, referrals, and tribunal, what that is happening outside of your control. How is SIU? Because it looked like you need to close the gap. Let me tell you on the example that I'm talking about, the MICT CETA. Most investigation that happened, I was there as a chairperson. It was done by me, right? It was not by me, it was instituted by me. And then after the whole investigation happened, the report said I must do X, Y, Z. I did all of that. I went to Midrand police station, I opened cases, I did everything I could. When my term ended, I left. And when I checked there, most of the things that you said needs to be done, nothing of them were done, some of them, and there were no follow-up. Even the cases at Midrand today, I can tell you what it's now called cold cases. There's a possibility for that. And then and even there is some element of naughtiness from the new chief in charge that will come and take over from anyone. Remember, I said I'm giving the example of what I've seen, which means it's happening on all other institutions. When someone who knows the case evaporates and someone who doesn't know, the criminals now look for a fresh mind, someone who doesn't know that they can go soften up. Or they create some relationship. And then on MICT CETA, the companies that we refer to Treasury for what we call it, directors to be, what you call that thing? Companies never to do business with government. I forgot terminology of it. A certain, pardon? Blacklisting. Certain companies that you said must be blacklisted on your report, and I referred there to Treasury. Guess what? Those things were reversed by the new regime again. Now, why I'm asking that? This is one institutional example. And now you're investigating a whole lot of range, right? In this whole lot of range, similar things will happen like the MICT CETA. Because the SIU ends up on referrals, on tribunal, and Hawks, NPA must proceed, and all those stuff. Somehow, the SIU needs to, you need to try and find a way of each and everything that came up from your report to get a quarterly, monthly report back where this issue is, how far have you done what we told you to do? If you haven't done it, why you haven't done it, and what has changed? What did you found after our investigation? For example, someone died, as a simple example. We told you a blacklist this one, he died. Who must I blacklist? I write it back. Apparently, Mr. X has passed on, so hence there's no blacklisting or whatever. But there is some element of naughtiness. So I know what I'm saying. I'm blaming the wrong guy, the wrong person. You didn't do these things. But it will help if you, as an SIU, things don't fall on the cracks. There's a lot of things that will fall on the cracks on all this, on NSFAS, on many things, on your referral. So that's my request from your side, that there needs to be some element on all your proclamation investigations and output, and to say X, Y, Z needs to be done. Because as I said, I've given you an example of MICT CETA. Till today, and after that, remember, your proclamation sometimes take 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, and the board's changes from there, they impact on the implementations. And you find that what you said in the first 5 years by the new regime that takes over, the other ones won't take that report as their concentration. They will focus on something else. And even the culprit create relationship with new people who said, this one, they don't know the story, they are new. They go and twist words and say, change this and do whatever. Or they know that this one is not strict as like the previous one. Now we have a loop. So there is that concern or on your presentation first, that there is that gap that needs to be closed by the SIU to say, in everything you started, see it to fruition, implementation, and completion, and do the follow-up and feedback, and close it when it is legitimately feel that it's really closed legitimately, or get an output from whoever it's supposed to be. That's just the first. And I think, let me finish the other so that you comment on everyone. And then on NSFAS, you said the universities claim NSFAS qualifying student, but NSFAS record claim they don't have the data confirming that qualifying students. And then you said after that the collection from students really that benefited unduly. Well, what I want to know from that is, was it whose fault it was? Was it for the student or the university for that amount you said it is being attempted to be collected from students, but they find it difficult to pay? When those students were granted all those, at that time, I think it was legit. So what changed in between? Whose fault it was? Was it a student or was it a university? If you can answer that, yeah.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Kubane. We may have maybe missed the opportunity during our presentation to talk to the mandate of the SIU. There are certain actions that are really out of our mandate, but in terms of our end-to-end processes, civil litigation is one of them. Once we take the matter to special tribunal or to High Court for a civil claim, that is we own that process. We'll have to see it to the end. Chairperson, around 2017, we identified the same gaps that you have now highlighted in terms of following up on some of these matters. And we reviewed our strategy then. And we then established a unit called monitoring. It's in the SIU, we do that post-referral monitoring of our matters. And when we send letters either to NPA or to the institution of a DC, we give them 90 days to report back to the SIU in terms of what actions they will be taking in terms of our referrals. With regard to the blacklisting, Honorable Member, we refer the blacklisting to the institution. It is the institution then that must then refer to National Treasury for the formal blacklisting of the process. However, there is a process, an administrative process that must take place before a company can be blacklisted. That administration process must be undertaken between the entity appointed and then the institution that appointed it, taking the service provider through then the flaws and the issues, maybe the issues that the SIU has identified. However, Chairperson, we thank you for the guidance. We will go back. We are in a continuous phase of reviewing our processes. We're learning from all the experience that we get to be exposed to on a daily basis. Then on the NSFAS issue, we've got students that are really missing. We call it missing middle, in the sense that when students apply for NSFAS funding, obviously they have not been admitted in an institution. They've applied to different institutions, and when they submit an application to NSFAS, maybe they will list VETS as the university of their choice. However, they get admitted in UKZN. I'm just making an example on the names of the university. Then NSFAS, in terms of their processes, they will then approve the student and send the money to VETS. It will only be during the year that then the reconciliation of then the monies will be done, and then the student then will tell NSFAS that, no, I'm not actually at VETS, I'm now at UKZN. So those are then the issues around funding that has been provided for students to universities that are not actually allocated to those universities. So this is the reconciliation that we as the SIU are doing. And in terms of that reconciliation, then we then instruct the university to pay back the monies that were not due to it, so that then they could be reallocated to the relevant universities. In relation to students that are not qualifying, in most instances, the students will apply and misrepresent in their application that their parents are not working. And it will only be after the fact that NSFAS maybe will go through the SARS database to find out that the parents are working. And by that time, some monies would have been paid, and now the process of reversing that process, it takes a little bit of time. Thank you so much, Chair.
Yeah, maybe before you move, Tandi, this HEMIS thing, why does it allow same student, the same ID number, to register in two institutions in the same year? How is that possible? And we say we've got a reliable system called HEMIS. That deals with this university. How does it allow that to happen?
Well, I mean, a student can register in two different institutions for two different qualifications if they want to. They can also transfer to institutions. But the HEMIS data is used for the
So the
subsidy.
first year student can apply and register at VETS and UKZN at the same time.
If they want to, yes. I mean, I'm not sure why anyone would afford to do it. But I think the issue is that HEMIS is not a database that is used for NSFAS. So and HEMIS is not a live database, as I said. So it is used to make funding decisions, but based on the N- years. So you use the information from the year before to make decisions about funding going forward. So it's used as a funding mechanism. It's not intended as a database to determine who should be funded for NSFAS. You can reconcile the data, but only at a later date. You can't do it in a live moment.
So
particularly, it can happen particularly with student, maybe at UNISA, for example. So a student might be registered at a contact institution, but they may be picking up an additional course here and there at UNISA, or even at another university. They may be doing another course to get to a particular qualification end or something like that. Maybe they want to enter into a particular qualification and they haven't got the right. So that happens quite a lot. The difficulty for NSFAS is that NSFAS should only be funding a student at one institution. That's what the policy says. So NSFAS needs to verify that they are funding that student at that institution.
No, so why do we rely on this HEMIS thing?
HEMIS is
on the funding decision part.
We don't use it for NSFAS.
So
well, NSFAS uses it to check.
No, that's not true, Tandi. Why? No, hold on. So how does NSFAS get university students, returning students' results? How do they get them?
They get them directly from the universities.
So they don't rely on HEMIS?
No, they don't, but they do triangulate data with HEMIS when they can. But it's not immediately because of the delay when the audited data comes out.
So we can't call NSFAS here and they say to us, for an example, with the NGAP investigations now, they can't come here and tell us that those NGAP investigation were initiated by the HEMIS data that went to NSFAS in March. That we can't get.
So the HEMIS data that we are getting now at the department and is being audited is the data from 2025. So the
Yes.
next year's will be the 2026 data.
No, I'm saying this is, so you are saying NSFAS does not use that data to look at, to give us, or to take a funding decision?
Not to take a funding decision, but they may use it to look at the closeout project. To look at previous years, they may use it for that.
It's
Yeah.
fine, we'll call NSFAS, because that's not how I understand it. And I want us to be clear that we are saying the HEMIS data is 1 year behind, that is one. Two, NSFAS does not use it to take funding decisions in this. So the 2026 or the 2026 funding decisions, or NGAP, has got nothing to do with the HEMIS. You can continue.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think as I close to SIU, Chair, the emphasis of what I said is very important, even if you have to change your mandate. Or your mandate. Luckily, you've told me that you've now have a new department for monitoring, because I can go on most of the things you've counted, CHIETA, NSF, NSFAS, a lot of them that you counted. If I can revisit them now, there are no activities, no one has been disciplined, no one has been arrested, but you've done a great job on producing a report, recommendation, and handed them over, and it ended there. So there is a problem in the gap, in the whole system. You spend a lot of money, resources, investigating, producing amazing report, and then handing them over to NPA, police station, board chairperson, CEOs, and then that element, it dies again. And in closing, it's just to say that I think what the other stuff you mentioned, there's a lot that I can tell you. Fort Hare, same thing, VUT, CHIETA, NSF. I think you spoke about ICALA and PSET as well. If today you can push your new department to go and look at these and check them, you'll find that most of the cases that you said, recommended for activities to be done, they just fell on the cracks. They fell on the cracks how? Because of the new leadership that took over, the new CEO that took over. Some of them they took over, they didn't follow up, and some of them created relationship with those culprits and find some methodology to let this thing go away. A whole lot of range on all these things that you've mentioned. That's my only problem with the SIU. Other than that, I think the work that you're doing is excellent. Again, luckily I sit as well on a portfolio committee of Home Affairs. That investigation you did about passports, syndicated Home Affairs and all those stuff, you'll find that some of the staff have resigned. It ended there. The moment you pick them up, the syndicates that are there in Home Affairs that are issuing study permits when people are not studying, the numbers that you put in here are just a drop in an ocean. It's more than that. Probably they run on 100,000, on 500,000 syndicate that is done. Hence, I said some of the staff at Home Affairs that did what they did, I wish they can go to prison for life sentences, because the compromising that they've put our country on is big. So we've got foreigners that are working at SAPS, intelligence, everywhere, all over. They have legit document and they have everything. And the other thing, there was one, I don't know whether it was Department of Labor, where you said, you said the people received the document, and the document, you can see that this document is fraudulent, but they don't have a checking mechanism. I don't know whether it's Department of Labor or it was SIU. Yes. Yeah. And again, it's on the gap of the system. These documents come from Home Affairs, as look legit, some are fraudulent, and then people get employed with them, the gaps on verification and on looking at the fraudulent document. Again, there is that. So I think as I end, that's all on SIU. If we can close that gap. I thought I was still going to go to the Department of Labor. And then, Chair, on the Labor Department,
last question.
other questions, then I will submit them on writing. You spoke about the critical skills list that is 3 years old, 2023, first and foremost. It's Home Affairs. Oh, it's Home Affairs. Yeah, but you said it's 2023. Why is it 2023? And then there was an argument between about the health science, that it's not a critical skills list. Isn't that between the DHET and Home Affairs? DHET is the one that creates a critical list through SITAs and industry specialists. Now, when Tandi comes here and said in the health science, this is not a critical list, Home Affairs can't be blamed from that. It comes from your HW-SITA. Your HW-SITA engages nurses and doctors and all people in the health sciences and say, update this, and they update it. So Home Affairs received what has been given by SITAs and the industry specialists, on the health, the argument with the Department of Labor. They receive what comes from your department, from health SITAs, because all sectors, MICT SITA speak with industrialists. My only concern, Chair, is that, again, they're relying on a 3-year-old critical skills list. In IT, critical skills list change within a year or 6 months, when now you still have a 3-year-old critical skills. That's my problem with that.
Thank you very much. That was a comment, Honorable Souls.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think maybe I want to start with the SIU, and perhaps just say to the SIU, thank you very much, especially for exposing the corruption of some foreign pastors. It helps because it shows that there's a scripture that says, a tree shall be known by its fruits. So it doesn't mean that you're a pastor that you will always do the right thing. Like myself and Chair, I walk with the Bible, not because I'm perfect, but because of how much I need the Bible for my imperfections. But why is that important for me is because just like what normal South Africans are going through, government must be careful that we don't use what we find on some foreign pastors and their corruption and punish local South African pastors who are doing the right thing. Because that has also become a trend. And I want to say that there are local South African pastors who are true in their calling and has been serving people truthfully for years. So government must be sure that they don't contribute and participate in the kingdom suffering violence, because I think the time has come where the kingdom will take it by force. So SIU, thank you very much. Then Home Affairs. What is the reason for partnering with the Department of Higher Education and Labor to make sure that foreign nationals get jobs that South Africans can do? Home Affairs.
Thank you, Honourable Member Sauls. In the presentation, the reason for partnering with DHET is of the research capability that they have on the critical skills list, for example. And as Honourable...
Sorry, sir, just because of my time, no disrespect meant when I interject. I'm asking that partnership that you are referring to, why are you partnering with them to ensure that foreign nationals gets the jobs that South Africans can do? Why are you partnering for that purpose?
Chair, the Honourable Sauls, I'm not sure if I'm going to respond correctly. Maybe Pindi can also come in. Your question is why are we? Is your question? Maybe I can ask clarification. Is your question, Honourable Chair, that we are partnering with those two departments to ensure that foreigners are appointed instead of South Africans?
Yes.
Maybe I could ask on not on what basis, but any foreigner wants to work within South Africa needs to have an offer of employment. And the offer of employment is issued by a person or organization or university who finds it.
Okay, what I'll do is I'm going to show you in a minute why. Labor, what is the reason that you're partnering with Home Affairs and DHET to ensure that foreigners are getting jobs that South Africans can do?
We don't partner with them for that purpose. It's my short answer.
Thank you. DHET, what is the reason for you partnering with the Department of Home Affairs and the Department of Labor to ensure that foreign nationals get jobs that South Africans can do?
Thank you very much, Honourable Sauls. We do not partner with Home Affairs and DEL to ensure that foreign nationals get appointed. The memoranda of understanding that we have specifically with Home Affairs is that it is our duty as DHET to ensure that we appoint a service provider that will work with us to not only, as Honorable Ngubane indicated, work with universities, but work with all people.
Okay.
All people who are in the skills space.
Okay.
To determine which skills, scarce skills, critical skills only that South Africa cannot provide, which then must not be imported. And our output is handing over the technical report.
I'm satisfied. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable.
Thank you, ma'am. Home Affairs. As legislature, we gave you a law, Section 38 of the Immigration Act. And that law says that no foreign national must be employed unless the employer goes and makes sure that there's no South African that can do that job. Is that correct?
Yes, Honourable Member, it's in there.
So that's the law. You then went and created a points-based system. What the points-based system does, that you just explained is that if someone gets 100 points, they get a critical skills visa just by getting 100 points. And how do they get 100 points? They've got to prove that the job that they're applying for is on the critical skills list, correct?
Yes, that's part of it.
Now, the points-based system is not the law. So what Home Affairs has essentially done is made it easier for a foreign national just to reach 100 points by having a job on the critical skills list, then waives what the law says an employer must do. I put it to you, Home Affairs has made it easier for foreign nationals to get jobs that South Africans can do.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The points-based system, as was also indicated in the presentation, comes from a recommendation from the Vulundlela report. I think I said that the other time as well.
I understand. Tell me, does it do what I just said it does? When I'm a foreign national and I have a job on a critical skills list, you give me 100 points.
Yes.
And when you give me 100 points, you give me a critical skills visa.
That's correct.
And then I can go and do a job, and the employer does not need to find out whether a South African can do that job.
Yes, Honourable Member, because that occupancy is on the critical skills list, which indicates there's a shortage of that skill within the country.
But it's based on an outdated skills list. That's why I'm saying you and DHET is partnering, because all you use is what's on the critical skills list. And as we stand now, when last was this list updated?
2023, 2024.
That's 3 years ago. So all this time you are giving people critical skills visas. Employers doesn't have to go look whether South Africans can do that job, because you made it easier just by giving them points. That's not the law. It's affecting South Africans. You see my reasoning?
But the critical skills list, Honourable Member, if I can say, Pinty, maybe you can look at the Act, is in the Act and empowers the Minister of Home Affairs to publish a critical skills list.
I agree. But it's outdated. And it waives what Section 38 says. Section 38 says, even though there's a critical skill, the employer must go and look whether a South African can do that job. Your point-based system waives that requirement. Who empowered you to do that?
Can I respond?
Yes, please.
It brings me back to the other point I raised earlier, Honourable Chair, is that the Operation Vulundlela report, which was research conducted by the presidency, recommended that if you look at the points-based system.
Is it the law, sir?
What the minister then did on recommendation from the Vulundlela report is waive the requirement for the labour letter because of the points-based system.
That's what I mean.
It's the minister's right in terms of the Act to waive it.
That's what I mean. You are just saying to me, that's what the recommendation said, but that recommendation is not the law. Because of that recommendation, an employer can waive the requirement by the law to go and look whether there's a South African to do the job. Do you see my reasoning?
Yes, but also then we need to go into the points-based system, Honourable Member, with all respect. The points-based system, if you look at the criteria in the points-based system, number one, qualification. It says the qualification very high.
Sir, you are justifying something that's unjustifiable. The question is, does a person receive 100 points when he's on that critical skills list? Yes. And when he has 100 points, he receives a critical skills visa without requiring him to get a letter from labor. That letter from labor would have meant that labor says the employer went to go see first whether there's a South African that can do the job. Do we agree?
Is like that, honorable member, but it's not against the law because the minister empowered to waive that provision within the
I'm not saying it's against the law. What you're saying to me is, yes, it has that effect on South Africans, but it's not against the law. You are basically saying you are legally depriving South Africans from jobs that they can do.
But if I can just another comeback, if we look at the points-based system and what type of labor the points-based system is trying to attract, it's highly skilled, highly paid, highly educated individuals, highly experienced individuals. That is outlined in the critical skills, and that's why the recommendation, because it does not compete.
Who informs you? Who informs that? Where do you go to determine that? I'll tell you where you go. The critical skills list.
No, that's two different ones.
I'm talking about DHET. We're talking about universities. Where do you go? Where do you go? The critical skills list, correct?
Yes, but the critical...
And it's outdated, 3 years. And as a result, and I'm only interjecting because of my time, because there's a lot I want to do. We both must agree that if my job is on the critical skills list that's outdated for 3 years, you as Home Affairs has created a system that gives me an automatic 100 points. When I have 100 points, I automatically get a critical skills visa, which means I don't need to have an employer first go and look whether a South African can do the job. Do we agree that's the effect of the point-based system?
That's the intention of the critical skills list.
Yes,
honorable member.
And do you now see that it impacts South Africans?
DHET will speak to the research when it gets to compilation of this critical skills list, honorable member. And it's there to ensure that the country attracts the skills required to grow the economy, the critical skills that's required for these positions.
You now took my time. So I'll just, with the chair's indulgence, make a statement and then I'll close, Chair. Because my time is up, I wanted to ask other questions, but I'd rather just condense. So, to Home Affairs, to DHET, and to Labor, maybe it was unintentional, but you have partnered to deprive South Africans from jobs that they can do and gives it to foreign nationals. The 100-point system waives the requirement of the Employment Systems Act, Section 8, that says an employer must first go look if a South African can do that job. Then you give them the letter that says you have confirmed that in good faith the employer went to go look first. But what Home Affairs has done is now is waive that requirement. As a result, Dr. Umpekwa has a doctorate and a foreign national has received that job that belongs to her. How do we know that it's valid? There's a young man, Rowan Goliath. He has a BSc in chemistry and applied mathematics. He has an honors in physics. He has a master's in physics from El Dorado Park. He does not have a job. But when we look at the stats, there is a foreign national that is occupying that job. How do we know that? More foreign nationals are employed in universities than coloreds and Indians combined. We're not here to put you in a corner. We're not here to make you look bad. We're here to tell you South Africans are crying and you are not helping. You're prioritizing foreigners. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much. I think that was a comment. Quickly to SIU. Slide 47, you speak about the, on NSFAS, you speak about the irregularity of the 4 companies that were appointed to distribute allowances to students. And I agree with how you termed this thing, but what would you say if I tell you now that, or maybe were you part of NSFAS court case against these 4 people when they were trying to to cancel them?
Honorable Chair, yes, we were part of the proceedings.
I'm told that NSFAS with yourself lost or something to this 4 in court.
Chair, let me perhaps provide context. We didn't lose the case. The Special Investigating Unit uses the tribunal for very obvious reasons and certain advantages. We were preparing to launch our review application in the special tribunal, which review application had Part A, which would then have been to interdict the enforcement of the 4 contracts pending the determination of the main review application, which was intended to review and set aside NSFAS's decision to award the 4 service providers the tender and to declare the subsequent agreements unconstitutional, unlawful, and void ab initio. The board, prior to its demise, had taken a decision following Werksman's sanctioned investigation to put on hold the services of the 4 service providers, but it had not acted on its decision. There was then a development that an administrator was appointed, and subsequent to the appointment of the administrator, and perhaps without consulting us, the administrator executed on the previous board's decision, which technically meant self-help without really getting legal recourse to suspend the legality that flew from those agreements. The service provider ran to the High Court in the Western Cape, of course, for the enforcement of the agreements. So it put a lot of spin because we've now had to change tact, to move from the special tribunal to come to the High Court to come rescue what appeared to be a sinking ship. The agency of that immediate application did not succeed, but it was had on expedited basis, and the self-help was stopped. Whilst there was an appeal parties ultimately agreed that the review application by the 4 service providers to challenge the decision of NSFAS to terminate the agreements would be heard with our review application, which would have been issued in the special tribunal, but which was utilized as a counter application in the High Court. So those matters were consolidated, were heard in the High Court before a full bench. And the decision to award the tenders was reviewed and set aside. So we got what we wanted. The only challenge is there was an element of self-help that I earlier indicated. And the court acknowledged that for that period, there would have been no rational basis to terminate the agreements. And to that extent, the court did acknowledge that there was a valid agreement until the contracts were set aside. So there was no losing of the case, at least insofar as the SIU is concerned. Thank you, Chair.
So in short, what you are saying is the decision of the self-help by the administrator has created problems for NSFAS, if I'm hearing you correctly.
As I understand, the decision was taken by the previous board. It was the execution which was triggered by the administrator.
Yeah, so what was the time difference between the decision taken by the board and the triggering by the administrator? Do you have the details of the time frame in between?
I think perhaps our colleagues from the investigation space, but it looks like the decision was taken in the previous year, but the investigator can assist us, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I think the time difference is almost a year.
Okay.
That's what happened. Yeah.
Okay. No, thank you very much. What is the process if any member here wants to refer either an institution or NSF or a CETA to yourselves for investigation? Must it go through the proclamation by the President? What is the process?
Thank you, Chairperson. The process of referral, it's simple. The committee can just write to the head of the Special Investigating Unit with maybe supporting document that will assist us in motivating for a proclamation. Or you can also copy the office, the presidency in that communication. It then helps to fast track the process. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, no, thank you. I'm asking because this member has asked us that question a lot. Let's the issue of a critical skills list. The problem with it is that you update it after a long time. And my understanding is that when you put together this critical skills list, you consult with the relevant department. So if you want to put a critical skills list in forestry, for an example, you will consult with the relevant department. Then you will say you are putting it as a critical skills list, and they must work with Department of Higher Education and Training through institutions to close that gap. So the reason why it's on the list is to alert the Department of Higher Education on how they must structure their, what do you call those plans of first years? What do you call them? Enrollment plans. So we then say, in 2027, we're going to have 250,000 spaces for first years, or F10s. But those 250,000 spaces don't fall from the sky, in my understanding. Well, or if the system was working well, would say we have 20 20 things on the critical skills list. It's almost China. We've got 20 careers in the critical skills list, occupations in the critical skills list. These 20, we currently in the pipeline, DG. They get on the critical skills list because of demand. We say the demand of medical doctors in South Africa, in order for us to close the gap, will be if we have 300,000 medical doctors. I'm making an example. But in the pipeline currently, in 3 years' time, would have produced 75,000 because they are in the pipeline. And in order for us to get 225,000, the enrollment plans should increase on medical and possibly on HR decrease. So for me, this is how an enrollment plan should work like. You don't wake up and say, I've got 270,000 F10 spaces without answering the question. And what is the question? The question is that critical skills list. But it will be futile if the critical skills list is not reviewed. Maybe we can say every second year, but it can't be 3 years and 4 years because it might not be responding to the question. So we will need to have the departments to have a proper discussion. Because you are supposed to have, in November, the minister is expected to release the ministerial statement where he must tell how many spaces are there, F10 spaces will be there. And that ministerial statement should be accompanied by this, because in that they will say, these are the enrollment plans. So the departments must assist us to respond to the question, right? There's issue of criminality. We must not run away from it. That Home Affairs, Home Affairs' weaknesses and immoral and unethical, some of the immoral and unethical workers creates a problem for us. Because the SIU says people enter the country through fraudulent study visas. So if they arrive in the country with fraudulent study visas, they say, I have a space at VETS. But VETS does not know that this child or this person is going to study there. They arrive here, DG. Then because they had applied at this, they've created a link with this immoral and unethical worker at Home Affairs. They go and create some fake factory producing drugs so that they have money to buy them for a permanent residence. So if we had Home Affairs, we would have said, DG, maybe from the numbers that the SIU has seen so far, those ones, there must be a time period where a special or an amended proclamation on what you are doing to now go and look at who has this permanent residence. Because most of them, they might be working in different platforms, including in our universities. They might be very well working in our universities. And that would be my issue there, but unfortunately we're not at Home Affairs. Maybe we must lobby Home Affairs to help us with that part. There must be proper coordination between our institutions. You see, if our system, you know, government, they spoke about one country, one plan. But it does not seem like it's there, because what could be happening is that when Home Affairs says you have brought in an application for a study visa to us, before you issue anything, before you even interview these people, you take their papers, you give them to DHET. And say, DHET, confirm if VETS or UKZN has given a space to this person. And then if it turns out that there's no such, you then go to arrest this person quickly. Yeah, go open a case. They were trying to defraud immediately. You don't even consider the point. Nothing. What must happen is that we've got one country, one plan, including those that bring in work visas. Same process. You say, where are you going to work? Especially if it's private, because that's what they're going to do. They're going to open a company with their friends there. And then this person won't even work there. They're just going to, when you call them, they'll even give you their house numbers. If you have lazy workers who does not want to go and verify, they'll just call and say, nah, yeah, this person is going to work here, you issue. Wrong. So you might need to have systems that will help us. Labor, you, and I'm happy you are here, you are Inspector General. Yeah, I like that. You see, you might need to inspect. I know advocates said in the next phase, that's when we're going to enforce what. No, we must enforce now. And how do you enforce now? Is that you go to these universities. Let me tell you what is the problem, what you must go and enforce. Is that a person is employed in South Africa today using a visa that, or a student visa. She was a research person. What do you call that? The postdoc. Came there as a postdoc. They've been working for more than 5 years without updating the visa, because it's illegal to work in South Africa without the relevant visa. Some of them, they came here as professors, correctly so, employed at VETS. But they've since moved to UCT without applying. That's illegal. So what you must then do to help us is to go do enforcement there. So when you go to a university, you can't come and beg and say, like department, and say, we're only getting 30% of. If you go to them, they refuse to give you recruitment data. I'm sure you open a criminal case immediately. Yeah, you arrest them. Inspector General, you issue an instruction to say, this is what you are going to go and do. Right? That's what is going to help, because the department says there's no criminality here. And I can tell you, if you can go and do it, it's August now, end of August. In the end of November, you'll come back to us and said, we've went to 5 institutions and we've found 30 irregularities. I can guarantee you. And then we'll come and bring the department and said, you said you want illegality. Here it is. So let's go and do our issues. There's this criminality on student accommodation. I know that the public protector said she's going to look at it. But DG, you might need to help us. Well, we'll take our own to say that out of all of these beds, there are more than 300,000 that we are paying for. Would like a deep dive, but we can't take long. The problem with we don't want the result to come in 2028. So we must emphasize that this investigation must finish. Maybe we must get a report by June next year. because I can tell you now, DG, Honorable Souls did say that I'm a prophet. I'm telling you, you'll find big problems there. You'll find beds that do not exist, having been paid for years, including before NSFAS was accrediting. This was universities. I can tell you now, you'll find beds that do not exist. So I really don't have, I want to thank you, Labour. Your presentation responded to the question that we're asking. Is the committee crazy in saying that there is a high concentration of foreign nationals at the top echelons of our institutions? And your thing responded to that part. By the way, what we have not dealt with today is foreign nationals should be hired on critical and scarce skill. On presentations, we have unskilled. It's written, it's not us who have written it. It comes from universities. They bring us and say, unskilled. Then they say we've got 12 foreigners, foreign nationals. They themselves. And you are correct, your presentation actually is it talks about the next generation leaders of those institutions, which is the professional there. There are institutions where it is highly concentrated. And this is the point we've been making, that there is and you are correct again in your assertion that when a foreign national is a dean, for an example, head of department, you must go and check. There was one day at Vets. That one irritated me. She went on Twitter and said South Africans are lazy. I did not take that kindly. I did not take that kindly. Prof. Syria, I can mention her. She irritated me, calling South Africans lazy. This person was the HO, the head of department on psychology. So I asked myself, if she has this mentality of saying South Africans, who is she teaching? So it means the very same South Africans that she's supposed to empower, she's taking them, she's finishing them. And probably those South Africans in that department have got mental health problems now, because if this person who's supposed to empower you, every time she tells you how useless you are. That one I did not take lightly. I did not take lightly. And I knew once I speak about her, the big bosses of the sector will come. And they came. Because we penned an opinion. We actually released a statement first about her. At least South Africans responded. She was forced to resign. But after that, what came, I knew, that was coming. When we said we are not against internationalization policy, we are against how it is irregularly being implemented. You know what? I'm sure we had 5 or 6 open letters. I think 2 were from vice chancellors. Some professors responding to the wrong question. We never said we're against policy framework on internationalization, but we are saying it must be implemented in line with the country's laws. That's what it says. You honor the same policy. They came and responded to the wrong question. If I was an academic marking their papers, all of them, they would have gotten 0. Because they are not responding to the question. The question is, are you implementing this policy that we all agree on? Are you implementing it correctly? They come and say, no, the policy is this one. And this is why the policy is important. Nothing responding to, are you implementing it correctly? 0, all of them. And I did say that they are getting 0. So I'm going to give you have a follow-up, 2 minutes each on follow-up. Same, Honorable Christians. If you are not ready, I can give Honorable Guban.
I just have one short follow-up, Chair, just about the NSF funding. So we've heard now about missing learners and missing rabbits, and you know, and we know it's a tip of the iceberg, Chair, because money has been moving to personal accounts, and you know, there's no supporting documentation. So, is the SIU telling us that we're seeing a systemic failure of the NSF here? And if so, you know, I would like to know, with the depth of this maladministration, does that then not tell us, or doesn't the question then that is left? Chair, I want to ask the question. Why should we continue, you know, trying to save this NSF project? Because millions are going out, you know, it's really a systemic problem. Shouldn't we, and because you've done an in-depth investigation, and it's still an ongoing investigation as well, shouldn't we be reconsidering the NSF project and rather be saying that, you know, can it continue in its current form, or should we be directing that money directly to TVET colleges, where it should be, instead of through this NSF funding, where it's open to so much maladministration?
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair,
I must just warn you that that is a very political statement.
I noted, Chairperson.
Yeah.
Chairperson, our investigations are still ongoing. We cannot really comment on the funding itself. That is really something that is outside our scope. What we will be doing, we will already obviously identify systemic weaknesses in the process of the few that we are investigating, and we will pronounce on the administrative flaws around those few. Thank you so much, Chair.
No, thank you. That Nexus report covered about 10 entities, investigations, 10 entities, and out of possibly 1,000 that gets. So I was just warning you that it's a political statement, and I'll not tell you why. But it was a political statement, and I think you answer it correctly, because I know these members, they are not, sometimes they'll ask you a policy question. I can come and ask you a policy question of my political party without telling you that this is a policy proposal of mine. I think you passed with flying colors. If I was an academic, yeah, there you're getting 10 out of 10. Honorable Nguban.
Yeah, Chair, is to get clarity from the gentleman from the Department of Labor. There was something you said. You said when you were showing the percentages in the middle layer of management, where institution there is a high percentage non-compliance, or there is a high percentage of that non-compliance. Does that reflection tells us that in the next 5 or 3 years to come, with the upward mobility or progression, we might find all those foreigners now qualifying to go and lead these institutions? Because remember, we've put them on this layer of saying you can move from this management, you now qualify, you can move here, you can move here. Was your slide reflecting that we are on a certain risk, and this is the risk we are heading towards at the trajectory these institutions are going that you mentioned?
No, thank you so much, Honorable. That's correct. In terms of how it is structured, you have professional level, you have senior management, you have top management. So you can then become, or it's unusual, to become a top manager when we are not a senior manager, or to become a senior manager when we are not in the professional band. So it tells you to say you must be an academic first, then will be professional, then it's then who can be a head of department, then is then who can become a dean of faculty, which will put you at top management. So in essence, what we are saying is that we need to take stock of that and be very serious and use our sectoral targets to determine that. Because if we don't nip it in the bud, then we are going to have the outcome that is undesirable. So it's in the pipeline, like the chairperson was saying. So we need to check that and make sure that we monitor that very seriously. So it's even as important as employing a junior academic. It's very important that he must be a South African or she must be a South African, so that that progression will bear fruit in terms of transformation.
Yeah, Chair, the reason why I'm asking is because it's confirming what the UKZN is experiencing. Presentation, it says once they are in the middle layer, they qualify to go on top. And once they go on top, it's a freeway. They come. We have, I received, remember I told you, I received numerous complaints in KZN. The locals are complaining about being flushed out, and then there is an influx.
Yeah.
So it's confirming what we know, yeah.
Thank you. Honorable Souls.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to know, does Home Affairs see the link between how a recommendation, Vulindlela recommendation, goes against what Section 38 of the Immigration Act requires, and the 100-base system waives that requirement for employers to go and look whether there's a South African to do the job? And does DHED see the link of them having an outdated skills, critical skills list that assists that program or that assists that effort that affects South Africans? And does Labour see that by virtue of the fact that you are responsible for Section 8 of the Employment Services Act, you had to challenge Home Affairs to say that you cannot waive the requirement to go and look for a South African? Does the Trade Department seize that link that now has a cause of South Africans not getting jobs that they qualify to do?
DHED has already noted they see it. Home Affairs, the point system.
The points-based system. Chair, since the inception of the points-based system, and Mr. Mbele just checked now, in October 2024, we have only received 280 applications, and only half of that, about half of that has been approved. So I'm raising this point to indicate and emphasize the point that the points-based system is trying to attract highly skilled, highly educated individuals to apply. And that's why so few are applying, because we're attracting a person that earns 3 times the medium wage of a South African, Chair. And that's the purpose of the points-based system. Thank you.
Yeah, the point of Honorable Souls is that we are dealing with a highly sophisticated syndicates sometimes. I can be a foreigner, have money, open a front business or fronting business, and say I sell tomatoes. Then I'm hiring you as my brother from Swaziland. I hire you, well, on paper. You've been a manager for some company there in Swaziland. I'm going to hire you here as an executive manager, making you earn 3 times on paper. But when you arrive here, the company does not really exist. So the point is, if we don't have strong mechanisms to verify, the point-based system is vulnerable, because it depends on the sophistication of the criminality we're dealing with. And we know, you see, if you go to Fox Street in Johannesburg, people there are lured to businesses that never exist, but they are there on the internet. So they open an internet website just for 1 month, and then they go there, they take our children, You say, no, receptionist here, what here. They go there, they never come back. So if you can't verify, whatever you're trying to do, they are going to bypass it. So the point we're trying to make here is that even if they come and say, I'm going to pay this person is going to earn 2.2 million, you must verify, get the right people to go verify the location physically so that we're able to close these things. And then not only that, after verifying the location physically, you look at this thing, you go to CIPC, you confirm. We must go to SARS. Is this company really existing? So that we're able to close any possible, because it benefits other people if we work in isolation. We must try and close ranks on this particular issue. You know, the reason why I want Inspector General, I'm going to be a friend, because there's a lot of inspection that must be done in our institutions. This issue of postdocs, I can tell you, is right, Honorable Nguban, about UKZN. It's one of those that I can tell for free, and they can take me to court if they want to, that they are using foreign postdocs as lecturers. In fact, they are putting in a lot of postdocs at UKZN ahead of South Africans. They bring all of them here. In fact, you must even look. There's two friends of mine with PhDs who went there for postdocs interviews. Out of the 5 people who were interviewing them, 4 of them were foreigners. Kuri, when I say these things, I'm telling you, for when they called me, they went, in fact, on the same day. When they called me, they were almost ready. These are guys. They were almost ready to cry. And they're saying, no, we are South Africans. We have studied. You guys said we must study. We have studied. You guys paid for our studies. And now, at the tail end of our growth, you close us out. You have no idea how many professors write to me on a daily basis. I don't know many of them. They write to me and they say, by the way, when this dean who's a foreigner was put there, they are flushing us out on the system to put, and you must see who are they replacing us with. We're non-South Africans without following process. So when we raise these issues, we're not trying to buy favor from anyone. And we're not going to be soft on you, DG, because it is us doing our job. Because our job as public representative is to represent the public of this republic. And we're going to do it. I know they're not going to like us. We don't have a problem with that. We're not money. We're not going to be liked by everybody. Even money, there are some people who don't like it. I don't know who, but I'm told that there are people who don't like money. So we're not in the business of being liked. We're in the business of doing our job, and we're going to do it. So we'll ask you, Inspector General, when we inspect, like I said, I'm going to try and pester you a little bit. We're going to write, the right process for us, acting CEO, will write to you on the referrals, but we'll also write to the Speaker of the Republic of South Africa to write to the President for maybe changes in the proclamation or new proclamation that we believe will help us. Because it can be business as usual. On Friday, we're having a very important meeting. We're bringing even the Competition Commission, because poor people that government says they are poor, and we're going to give you NSFAS. We gave you SASA grant from when you were born. Universities today, they put them in accommodation they can't afford. NSFAS pays a certain amount And I know why they are doing it. And that's why we're bringing competition. They are putting NSFAS students in more expensive accommodation intentionally. They withhold their certificates, create anger amongst them, so that they must cry and say it's NSFAS' fault. And NSFAS will probably give in to their demands of wanting to pay 11, 10,000, 12,000 per month. There were student leaders who I've invited them on Friday to come and explain. They said, no, scrap the cap. You know what does scrap the cap means? It means give universities blank checks. That's what they were saying. And I told them, I released a statement that I don't agree with them. I most of the time agree with the students, but I don't agree with them here because, in fact, some of them, other students who don't agree with them, even showed us photos and videos of them having met some association of private accommodation providers, taking advantage of young people to push the agenda of wanting to finish the state. Because if you finish NSFAS, you're finishing the state. There's an argument, take this money to universities. Could you imagine these universities are accrediting Bo Ekaya, more just here next door, Ekaya. That they know, their own report, Barragan Council put together a task team to investigate. Early in the year, it comes and says this thing is bad. It can fall at any time. People can die. They put 700 children there. 700. And are non-compliant. Even today, they are still there. In February, during SONA, they went to where SONA was, near the city center. Even today, they are still there. Because these universities are saying, no, they are going to be there. It's us who are in charge here. And those kids must pay more than the cap. They will withhold their certificates. So we're going to intervene there, DG. On Friday, honestly speaking, if we don't agree there, and I don't want to threaten people, if we don't agree there, because we brought in the regulator, the real estate regulator, the competition commission, amongst other people, I know there's price fixing. There's no way. In fact, we might even need to say, we must check the accounts of these companies. You will see. If you go to those accounts, SIU, you will see that they are getting the money every month. But certain money goes out and in an unexplained fashion because they are paying bribes to these unethical, immoral university officials. I can guarantee you for free. I want to thank you, Jay. They did an investigation and found that one of theirs stole. Barry got how much? About 3 million in bribes. Then cost the university 18 million. I don't know, even there, we must still check because that money, if those students were not there, how is it a university money? Must have come from NSFAS. We must check. Maybe NSFAS lost some money there. I was having an argument with one university employee this morning, saying, including NSFAS officials on that issue, must be charged. How? When NSFAS pays a university, how do you want to charge them? I guess they took information from you, and you are saying your employee did the wrong thing. Actually, you might be owing as a university NSFAS that money. So I want to thank you, colleagues. Really, it's really been a fruitful meeting for us. SIU are forever indebted to you, the work that you do in the system. I know it's not easy. I'm sure these criminals, they sometimes threaten your lives. They thrive in with us, but Rona, so if they take us, we go to God, so we're okay. But we want to thank you for the work that you do. DHEAD officials, THA officials, DEL, DEL officials, we really don't take this for granted that we took you away from your own committees and own work, and you came here to deliver us this very important information. We don't take it for granted. Members, we do have a house sitting that just started. They are busy with debates now, so we can join in online and vote correctly. And voting correctly, honorable Christians, in this instance, it does not only end there. It means that the stability of Parliament is important. We must, vote to keep the leadership of Parliament intact. Meaning, let's vote to, deny. Let's deny the motion of no confidence. That doesn't make sense. Thank you very much. The meeting is now adjourned.